Hey, how we doing, everybody? I made it. I'm here at last. Bit touch and go this morning. Bit touch and go this morning. Oh dear, what a rush again. How are we all doing in this lovely British weather? Oh, it's howling out there. It's howling. It's howling. Right, let me get myself organised. I am not organised, people. I sort of tried to get myself organised, but you know how it is. You know how it is. Let's just pop the chat out a minute so I can see what you're all up to and who we've got in. I don't know if Mr. Christophe's made it back from his incredible journey yet. Just to save the radios. Oh dear. Right, okay, let me see. Can I see the chat? Yes, I can. There we are. Right, how is everybody anyway? Let's have a look who we got in. We had Simon in early doors. Mike Atlantis. Something about, so Mike saying, so if you have, ignore me. But if you haven't, he is extremely knowledgeable. Catch you soon. I'm really not sure what you're on about there, Mike. If you're still here, mate. Benji's getting the soup on. Patronics Nick. Wind damage. It's, I don't know, Nick. It's too rough out here at the moment to actually go out and have a look. Hi, Keith. How are you? Man Cave Workshop. Hey up. Andy Beck. Hi, Andy. Simon Spires. Who's that eating popcorn? Oh dear. Hi Rob, how are you? Rob Titheridge, Cyberflyer, how are you? Stephen Devereaux saying hi all, just time to make a cup of tea. This will be a ray of sunlight on a rainy day. Well, you never know, you never know. I seem to be a bit squashed in the screen now, never mind. Hi Brett, how are you, Bretsky? Benji's got no damage. Afternoon, Mrs. Cooper. Mrs. Gary Cooper, how are you? hope you're on the mend, mate. Still haven't had a chance to get in and see you yet, but I will do. I will do. I will be there. I've had this week off, so Mrs. Cruncher's birthday on Tuesday, so she had the week off work, so I joined her. So we've been doing a few bits and pieces. But I'm not ready to mess with this radio yet, really. It's, I've started fiddling with it, but there you go. Oh, Mike's saying, your first message seems to have disappeared, so the second one makes no sense. Goodness knows where it went. Well, do you want to enlighten us then, Mike, as to what the first message said? He's saying something's... were you referring to me watching some videos, Mike? Gary's got a new camera. Well, you're gonna start YouTubing, Gary, are you? Oh, I think Gary could be YouTubing, people. Could be a new tuber. A new tuber, is that right? No, a new YouTuber, maybe. As I say, I'm a little bit up in the air this morning. Best laid plans and all that. I tried to get up early and make a start on the cleaning up of the case, because I wanted to try and get all this back together today if I can, but best laid plans and all that. I have cleaned the case up, but I've yet to polish it, so we might have to do a bit of live polishing later if we get that far. So the purpose of today really was to try and align this DAC90A that we started last week. So that's hopefully going to be done today. You never know. There's Paul, Cody's afternoon, Paul. Ready, set, go. So you've got a Canon EOS 80D. I'm sure that's got video mode on it, Gary. I'm sure it does. Yeah, you're really either in the Canon camp or the Nikon camp, aren't you? I'm a Nikon man, but I don't think I've ever had a Canon camera. I have used them, but I've never actually physically had one, so... Right, let's get myself a little bit sorted here. Right, what else have we got to sort out? Clean up, make sure we've got the goat. I think we're going to need the goat today. I think he's going to be working overtime today. I think he's going to be working overtime. There he is. So as I say, I've tried to sort of swat up a little bit on this, but yesterday I got waylaid doing other bits and pieces. I've done a few bits to this radio, which I'll go over before we do anything else. But first of all, I need to go and find a beer glass. Hi, Simon. Simon's a Canon man as well. Sean, can we pause 2 minutes need to warm the oven up? Well, it's funny you should say that, Sean, because I haven't got a glass yet for my first drink of the day. So I'm going to nip down to the kitchen and grab a glass a minute. I've got half a lunch on the windowsill there, which I haven't eaten yet. So I will be eating from time to time. So apologies for that in advance. What do you mean you, Gary? Right, let me go and get a glass. Let me get you down on the bench a minute. You can have a look at the devastation on here, and you can keep an eye on the goat for me while I'm gone, because you never know what he gets up to. Let's make sure that picture's all right. What's going on here? That looks okay. Picture in picture? No, we don't want picture in picture. We're going to get this title off. There we go. And cue the goat. There he is. So you notice that we now have my brown Bakelite plug on. So we'll have a look at that in a minute and show you what I've done there. So bear with me, I'm just going to go and grab a glass. Because I've still got some spanky beer. Some spanky beer to have still. Slowly, slowly catchy monkey and all that. Right, let's get down into the kitchen. Dogs are busily eating bones, being spoilt by mummy. Right. Glass. The glass. Let's get the glass. Right. I have the glass. I'm back. Ah, forgot the beers though. It does take a fair while to settle this up every Sunday. It takes me a good hour, I reckon, to set up. Right. So we're going to go straight in. Whoa, straight in with a strong one. Let's get the main camera sorted a minute. Where are we, main cam? So goat's hiding, but we've got a street porter, not a Janet street porter, luckily. Street porter. This is from the Spanky collection. Pressure drop. Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? Certainly had a pressure drop here. Traditional London ale, 6.5%. So this is going to be some good stuff, this is. Where's this brewed then? pressuredropbrewing.co.uk. Brewed in London. since 2013. Lovely stuff. I think this is one of the ones that Spanky gave me. Most of us were from Manchester way, weren't they? All right, who else have we got in? I did see a couple other people drop in there. I think we've got Andrew Alsfer. Welcome, Andrew. Back from the incredible meeting. And the SE, how did I get the chassis so shiny? To be fair, it was actually like that underneath the dust, the SE. Yeah. Yeah, Mike saying that Dave Tipton. Yes, I have watched his videos. I haven't caught any recently. I know he did one on a DAC90. But I did watch it as well, but I watched it about a month ago, to be honest, Mike, and I can't remember. The idea is to try and actually do this, do it as per the maker's instructions. So if anybody can download the maker's instructions, then they'll be able to follow along and do this themselves. There's no point me doing it by ear, which is probably the easiest and most used method. Basically tune to a weak station, probably tune the IF transformer number 2 first, and then move on top and bottom of number 2, then back to number 1, top and bottom of that, and basically peak it for maximum output. Really, that's all you need to do with a lot of these old AM sets. You don't need to do anything fancy with them. But you know, there is a proper procedure in the manual, so I thought that's really where we'd go today. I did download it, but I had a problem with the camera, and I had to restart everything. So let me see if I can find that picture again. Image, I think it's that one. Yeah, okay, so here's the instructions, and I don't know if anyone has done this before, but there we go. Let's get rid of me a minute because I'm in the way. So there's our alignment instructions. So basically saying that reputable signal generator, we've got one of those. With a variable and modulated output, we've got that as well. It won't do long wave though, but we can bring the wobulator back in, which will do long wave. So it doesn't need a wobulator, this, it's just a normal standard signal generator. Obviously it needs to cover the long wave and medium wave range. So you've got to check the position of the pointer in relation to the tuning condenser. With the plates fully meshed, the pointer should coincide with the datum line printed on the main and auxiliary calibration scales. Now, I haven't got either of those calibration scales. They've both fallen off. But there is... There is some little tiny dots on the back of the plate, which I've actually gone on and marked with a marker pen. So we can actually get that done properly with the alignment points. And if you see the note there, it does say that left to right, we've got the datum line, which is basically fully meshed, fully right as you're looking at the front, but at the back, it's fully to the left. Then you got 600 kilocycles, so they're talking in kilocycles rather than kilohertz. I don't think kilohertz was liked too much back in the day. So it was kilocycles. So we've got 214 kilocycles, 1,000 kilocycles, 250 kilocycles, and 1,500 kilocycles. View from the rear of the chassis. So I have marked those so they're a bit easier to see. I put a little tiny black mark under each one. So IF, now this is a bit of a strange one. So it's saying in these instructions that the IF is 465. That's a nice drop of porter. But if I can get the overhead camera on, when I was doing a little bit of research about aligning this, someone had mentioned that the actual intermediate frequency changed. Now, how can I get this in? How can I get this in? So bear with me, I'm just trying to set the overhead camera up so you can have a quick read and you'll be able to talk me through all of these alignment instructions, because, you know, I need help. I don't do these Volv radio things, do I? I'm a transistor radio man, really. Although some would argue that I'm not, but you know. Okay, so we need. It's a bit cramped on the bench here today because I've got this radio is fairly lumpy. It's not as big as some of them, mind you. Okay, so we need to go. There we go. Flip that. Okay, I think you can see this now. Right. So this is the radio and television servicing book, and this is book number 1, and it's from 1953. So what I'm looking at is where it says modifications. And if you look, the IF transformers of receivers above serial number 69,591 are tuned to 470 kilocycles a second. So again, if you look at the previous one, it actually states 465. So we've got to basically find out which one it is. And I actually went and wrote down the serial numbers of the sets that I've got. So they're all above that figure. It also refers to some resistor modifications there as well, which I think we're going to revert to original for the dial bulbs. I'm not sure on that because R16 is the shunt resistor for the dial lamps. Originally it was 250 ohms, and they reduced it down to 75 ohms to stop the bulbs blowing, because apparently if you turn them on and off quick they pop or something. So you can see all of my sets are well above that, and I don't know if anyone else has got a DAC90A that they can lay their hands on. But I know this set is slightly older because it's got the screw-on knobs. The later sets, which is the second set that you can see there, 239,000. That's actually got the push-on D-clip knobs. So I assume that's cost cutting or something. I don't know, but certainly my second set has got the push-on knobs, and the ivory set, which is the one that Sean let me have. That's sort of in between. So the one I've got is the earlier set, but still well above that 65,000 mark. So it'd be interesting if anyone's got any of those, they can have a look. So I'll leave it up on the screen for a minute so you can screen cap it or whatever. As I'm sure you all know how to screen capture on whatever devices you're watching on. So let's go back to me. So yeah, that's interesting stuff, isn't it? So let's just catch up. Have I got a script, a memory board set up? Yeah, I wish, Sean. There is no script here. It's unscripted and unknown. who knows what's going to happen. So Paul's got a camera from George and Nikon. D80. I had a D80, Paul. Very nice camera, actually, that is. A very nice camera. Give it a spin first. Check radio 4 on long wave and radio 5 on medium wave. Could be okay. It could well be okay, Sean, but we're going to do it anyway. Because I'm sure people want to see it done. Hi, James Skipping Opera. How are you, mate? Cattle fed, 2 calves on the ground. God is good. 2 calves on the ground. I assume you mean that you've just given birth to 2 calves. Not yourself, James, but your other cattle. ZX8401ZTD. Can I wag a frequency generator output around the IF cans and tune the gen to see whether radio comes alive? Yes, ZX, I can do that. And it has been said to tune around and see where your IF is at the moment. So we can try that. $63, James? We got 63 cattle? Or are we on about a temperature? Nick saying is 52. One of your DAC90As is 22929. So yeah, that's got the old 465 IF then. I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit here, but it's showing 22 degrees in my room here. It's quite warm in here. I don't know why it's always so warm in here. It could be all the lights and test gear and everything, I suppose, couldn't it? Right, so it looks like we're around about 470. Let's get that book out the way then. So the other thing that I struggled a little bit with was finding which pin was pin 6 on the valves. Now the only way I did it really was to refer to the service manual. Let's see if I can get that up on screen for you. Here we go. Now I'm really not sure how to read these valves. I do struggle to do this sometimes. Let's stick you in on my screen. So you should be in on the you should be viewing, yes you are, you should be viewing the service sheet for the DAC90A, and this is the circuit diagram. This is V2, and it's saying to connect to pin 6, which is this one, which connects onto IFT1, onto the second stage of IFT1 by the looks of it. So what I've done is I've traced that wire back and I've connected it to here on the IFT, so it's connected to pin 6. But when I look at V2 base, it's not a very good picture there, is it? Let's go in a little bit. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is this one here. It says pin connections are shown as they would appear when the base or its holder is viewed from the underside of the chassis. So I was just trying to check that I got myself correct in the orientation there, because it's difficult to see where pin 1 starts from the underside of the chassis, because there's absolutely no markings on it. It shows a little pip on the bottom here. Where are we? There. So I assume that's the pip on the rim lock valve. So let me just get the camera in and you can see where I've connected to. So I'm going to need to probably come back on to the webcam a minute, because otherwise you're going to get a load of rubbish while I'm looking at the other camera. So let me get the main camera sorted out a minute, and I'll see if I can zoom in on that area for you, show you where I've connected it. See if you guys can help me out with the pin out on these valves from underneath. Where are we? Come on, there we are. Right. So let me find something to point with. So this is V2 here that you can see. Now this is what I'm assuming is pin 6, because it's coming off of the IF transformer there, just above. Can you see the leg of the IF transformer there? Well, I've just connected, just soldered a wire onto that so we can connect to the SIG gen with that. So I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking that probably is pin 6. This I believe is the heater, or is it this one? I'm really not sure, but I can't for the life of me work out. I think the pip is somewhere in that area, but I'm not 100% sure. So can anyone enlighten me as to the pin out of that? That's probably in your way a little bit. Let's just move the camera over a little bit and up. There you are. So you can see the IF transformer poking out of the bottom there, which is this one here. So there's two connections to that. This one is obviously coming across to the valve. So I'm assuming that's pin 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I don't know if this is pin 1, but is there a way? Am I being stupid? Tell me if I am. But this is one of the things that I do struggle with, is the valve pinouts from underneath. Hi Daniel, how are you? Pin 1 is by the pip. Hey, thank you, Paul. Our first super chat of the day. Cheers, mate. Cheers, Paul. And good luck with that camera, mate. I had a D80 for many years as my main camera. So if you get stuck with that, mate, let me know. I've probably still got a book here somewhere on it. So Simon's saying pin 1 is by the pip. Hi Spanky. Just drinking some more of your beer, mate. Just on the old London Porter. Or Street Porter as it's called. So Simon is saying pin 1 clockwise looking up, I think. Well, I've got to assume that's pin 6 there. Got to assume pin 6 is there. Let me, can I get the schematic in at the same time? No, because I haven't downloaded it. Let me see if I can go back to the schematic and have a look. Pin 1 and 8 are always the heaters. Yes, I understand that, Andrew. And I think that's the two red wires here are the heaters. But again, looking underneath, I've got to assume more luck than judgment, because I've traced these wires back. But this is definitely pin 6, so which will mean that can't be pin 1 there, because if that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that would be pin 6 there, but it's not. So this has got to be pin 1. But my question really is, how do you know, looking from the underside, which is pin 1? Is there any marking that I'm not seeing on the underside of one of these valves that would indicate that? I have actually got one here somewhere. Right, I have got one here. Yeah, see, this one's got a marking on it which indicates where it starts. But I don't think those have. Have they or haven't they? If I just turn it. So really there should be some form of marking. There is. Is there a little cutout there? Can't see now because I've moved it around. I'm just looking there. There looks like there is. Let me zoom back out because I'm in a bit close there. I can actually get in and have a quick look then. Yeah, there is a little tiny. There's a little tiny bit cut out there. I can just make out. So yeah, I was right. That is pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I am connected to the right one. That's good. And you can see I've taken my ground connection, which is chassis connection. I've taken that off of the negative terminal of this capacitor, which is connected to the earth tab there. Well, the chassis tab. So that's my two wires connected to pin 6 of V2. So I was right. As I say, the other valve base I've got is here. I ordered some in from Langrex. Didn't order some. I ordered one in to make up an adapter for this valve tester. And this one arrived a beaten to hell. I've tried to straighten it out a bit, but they have sent me another one now. But you can see it's a bit beaten and battered, that one. They just sent it in a jiffy bag, and it looks like someone stood on the thing. But they have rectified that, sent me another one in a box this time with some bubble wrap, so that should be fine. But this particular valve base, this is a McMurdo valve base, and this has got slightly different type clinch pins in it. And it has got a definite mark where pin 1 is. And I assume, looking at the valve base then, that you go anti-clockwise. Let's just zoom you in a little bit closer. So yeah, this is the base of the McMurdo. And can you see, where are we there? I'll get the light a bit better. There is, by my finger there, there's like a little pit. Yeah, you can just about see that. So when you're looking at it from underneath, I assume you're reading the... Actually, no, you're reading it clockwise, aren't you? Starting from this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So you're going clockwise. Pin 1 is to the right of the mark. So I think I've got that now. I think I've actually got it. By gum, he's got it. Is there a giveaway today? No, Harvey, not today, mate. Hang on, I'm missing people here. I'm missing people. It's all gone mad. It's gone mad in here. We've got Morgan Kraus. Hi, Morgan. How are you? I've not finished it all yet, Spanky. I'm getting there, mate. I've got one more bottle. Is it Janet Street Porter? Yeah, it wouldn't be much cop. Trouble is you can't see the pip from the underside. I know, Rob, but there is a little tiny mark I found there. Jess Eade, afternoon, all the way from Helland in Cornwall. I bet it's pretty blowy down there as well, isn't it? Is Helland on the coast, Jess? I think it is, isn't it? Hey, Chris, all the gear, no idea. Yeah, cheers, Simon. Pin 1 is the first pip starting clockwise from the first pin starting clockwise from the pip. So yeah, I am right. Are there any unused pins on the socket? Yes, there are. There's actually 2 unused pins on it, by the looks of it. Yeah, so pins 3 and 4 are not used, ZX. Pins 3 and 4 aren't used on that one. Hi Ganesh, how are you? Fat Tony! Afternoon, Fat Tony. This may help, Simon. What's that, mate? Have you sent something, Simon? Yeah, there is a little tiny, I can't show you one of these because I haven't got one, but these ceramic ones, this is plastic I think, but these ceramic ones, they've got like a little tiny rectangle cut in the base. Dick Strangler, afternoon to you, Dick. Windy there as well. Whereabouts are you then, Dick? I'm not sure you've told us where you are. Harvey, if yes, how do I enter? There's no giveaway today, Harvey. You're premature. Possibly next week. No, the yellow caps are not electrolytics. There's a bit, it's blowing the shot out a bit there, isn't it? It's a bit better. I was a bit bright there. No, they're not electrolytics. They're actual poly caps. It's absolutely howling down here, Jess. It's blowing a hoolie, shall we say. Possibly get you over for a quick look a minute. Hang on. If you want to see what the weather's doing, let's have a see if I can get the webcam stuck out the window. Or over near the window. Don't know if you'll be able to see that. So this is the weather today in sunny Devonlet. I could try opening the window, but I think it'd probably blow all my paperwork everywhere. As you can see, it's pretty rough out there down here in Devon. Pretty rough. It's quite handy, the length of the lead on that camera, actually. So yes, where are we then? You're in Penrynthog. I can't pronounce that, Dick, because my Welsh ain't very good, mate. Penrynco. Penrynco, is that how you pronounce it? Penrynco? Penrynco. Penrico? I'm not sure. Is George in? There he is, George. Not really, George. Just trying to determine which pin was which on V2 at the moment. We're looking for pin number 6. Sort of discovered, I was trying to work out if there's any way of identifying pin 1 from underneath the chassis. And turns out that there is a little tiny marking on this ceramic base. I don't know if you can get these ceramic ones anymore. I picked up a couple of these from Langrex, and they're both plastic. Where are we? See, I picked up a couple of these to make up adapters, but they're both plastic, and they're clearly marked, both of those. Yeah, they're both marked. That one's marked as well. There's a little tiny pip. And if you can see just there, that marks pin 1. Yeah, that's better. So you can see there is a little pip there, so that's, if we go clockwise from pin 1 around. Yes. So as I say, I've connected my test wire to that one, and I've connected the other one here over to the capacitor negative up here, which is connected to the chassis. So let the camera work. So yeah, that's where I've connected the ground wire, because that is got a tag in underneath there directly onto the chassis. So that's my setup for testing. So let's zoom back out. I'll go slowly this time in case I give you vertigo or something. So as I say, I have done a little bit of work on this. I've connected up this speaker now, by the way, to save having clip wires, because I don't want to be testing this and the speaker come undone and ruin the lovely output transformer made by Chris. The other thing I wanted to show you was this here. So I've now made a permanent connection to the radio. There we go. Hopefully you can see that. Let's get it a little bit closer. So what I've done is I've got a piece of PCB material. I think I've got another bit here I can show you. Yeah, that's the bit that's left over. So it's just a single-sided PCB, fiberglass PCB, and what I've done, I've cut a square out of it, drilled the holes. I drilled out the old one first, put this piece in, pop riveted it in place. Pop riveted. The light's blowing that out, but yeah, you can see it there. Look. I put a cable, I've done it, I think it was a 21.7, I can't remember the actual hole size now, 27 point something. But anyway, I had to Dremel it out to the right size to fit the strain relief, and that ain't going anywhere now. There's no way I can pull that out. And then I've made let's get the cable out of the way. So then I've made the connection onto the switch down here. I've just put a couple bits of heat shrink on just to cover the cable up, as I wrapped it in through the hole and back around itself. I just wanted to make sure it was perfectly safe. Worked out again which was which connection was which. Because basically one side is connected up to the dropper resistor, the other side is connected pretty much to the chassis. And I fitted my brown Bakelite plug and this alleged gold cord, which is not gold. It's a sort of horrible beigey brown colour, but it looks better than white or black, I suppose, doesn't it? But I have got some brown cloth coated coming from China at some stage, so when that arrives I'll just pop this one back out again and just rewire it with the braided cable. So yes, that's what I've done to that anyway. Just thought I'd show you that. So that's a lot safer, and the good thing about it, I suppose, is I can still revert back to the old one if I should see fit, because it's still perfectly usable. I know a lot of people drill a hole in the center, or you can take one of these pegs out. I mean, they're only screwed in, look. So you could take one of those out and enlarge the hole, but then these pins won't fit back in again then. So I think I've done the best way, because as I say, I can just pop that one straight back in if I needed to in the future. So yeah, there you go. It's about the same thickness as well as the fiberglass. So it should hopefully poke through the case in the right place. I haven't tested that yet. I will have to take the plug off again though to get it back in the case. So what I'll probably do is end up wrapping that up in the radio somewhere and stick it inside the case, so whoever gets this radio in the future will be able to reinstate it if they want to. But as I say, unlikely they would want to do that, because at the end of the day these radios are made to be used. So I think it's safer with the modern plug and lead on it. So just to double check then that I've got this round the right way, let's get the multimeter in on buzzer mode, or beeper mode, whatever you want to call it. And this is where it fails, isn't it? So my live wire is here, so let's just switch the set on. Is on, so my live wire should be dead short to the dropper there, and it's not. What's going on there then? Hang on, I've got it reversed already. Is that right? There you go, failed straight away. So I got that the wrong way round. Graham, you're a naughty boy. Yeah, that's definitely the chassis, so the live. So just as well to check that, wasn't it? So we've got some alterations to do straight away. There, so it's worth checking and double checking your work, isn't it? Another famous live fail. So that calls for a bit of goatage, I think, don't you? Shocking. Right, so that means I've got to undo all my lovely work underneath now. Oh well, you know, these things are sent to trice and all that, aren't they? And I've really wrapped that nicely as well, haven't I? Can you see what? I can see what I'm up to now, can you? Not that I want you to see what I'm up to. So I'm going to have to alter these. Oh my god. Just catching up with the chat a minute. Did I see your post about connecting the SIGGEN via a cap? Rob, thank you. Thanks for the super chat, Rob. Thank you very much, mate. Sorry, I didn't see that. I've seen the super chat now. How's Mark E? Afternoon, Mark. Wet and windy Essex. Long wire cam. I do need to connect it via capacitors, Rob. I was just going to ask in a minute what value. I was going to put 0.1 on, but I'm sort of tossed up between 0.1 and 0.01, so I'll take your advice on that. You blew one up? What have you blown up? You did. Magic smoke came in a bit, Spanky, didn't it? Spanky's magic smoke. Anyway, what a pain in the backside. I think it's probably easier for me to take this cable clamp out, because I did do a really good job of putting this on, actually. Probably too good. So let's take this strain relief grommet out again. If I can take it out. These are a pain to get in and out sometimes. There is a special tool that you can buy for doing this. I just haven't got it. I haven't got a strain relief tool. There we go. That'll make it a bit easier. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to snip that off. And that one. I'm not sure how I managed to get that wrong, to be honest, because I did check it and double check it, as you do. Ugh. It's just not going to come off now, is it? My heat shrinking was too good as well. So that sat me back 20 minutes straight away, isn't it? Never mind. It's a good example, I suppose, of what not to do. Right. See if I can get this this bit of loose wire back out. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, Tony. I won't leave it loose. I will firmly fix it in place, mate. It will be probably hot glued inside. I'm not exactly sure I'm going to do it yet, but yeah, it'll be nowhere near the dropper. Might even stick it on the chassis leg here or something, out the way of everything. Ah, dear. Right. Okay. That'll teach me to try and do things quick, won't it? Always the same, whenever you try and rush something, it always goes wrong, doesn't it? Did I consider fitting an internal inline fuse? No, Stephen, I didn't really. I don't, because there's a fuse in the plug, I don't really see the advantage of doing that, but if there is, then let me know. It's easy enough to do. Just trying to unpick this wiring that I did. So I can get that out of the way. So it looks like young George, Mr. Christophe, has come back with a bootload of radios today. A bit of an incredible journey. I bet that wasn't much fun, George, driving across there, was it? But had to be done. Had to be done. Right, let's just double check this again then. So what we're saying is this one is actually connected to chassis, are we? Wow, now I'm really confused. What the hell? Oh, you... Oh my God. I did have it right. I did have it right. What an idiot. I've just caused myself a load of extra work for absolutely no reason. Okay. Can anybody see what's written up there? Really, really small. It says inside view. So that's inside the plug, which is that way round. So, oh my God, if I take that off, you can clearly see that that's the live pin there, and that's the neutral. But if you put this on, it says that's the neutral. Why on earth would you do that? So that's saying that's neutral. And that says live. There you go. So just wasted my time there. And time is valuable, isn't it, people? You're doing stuff like this, because it takes time. So, my mistake totally there. A bit worried about this speaker floating around in the middle of nowhere here. So I should have trusted my work, shouldn't I? I was really surprised that I got it wrong, allegedly. No, well, never mind. Bear with me then. Let me go and put it right. I don't know how far the chat behind is, but yeah, a bit of a lash up there. I did actually have it wired right, but that refers to the plug being that way round, so that's the inside of the plug. Idiots. Well, idiot me for not reading it properly and doubting myself. Had it right all along, now I've got to redo it. Lovely. Lovely. Oh well. You know, we got time, haven't we? I was hoping to get onto the valve tester today, but we shall see. Right, let's try again then. Never doubt yourself, people. Okay. Oh, actually, let's not do that. Let's put that through that hole first. Otherwise, I'll end up in a whole load of problems. Having to take the plug off, etc., which we don't want to be doing that. Just to take up a little bit more time. So bear with me, I'll catch up with the chat in a second. Just pop a little bit of flux on that. Should be fine because it's been messed about enough with. So here we are redoing what I've already done. Once again, making work for myself. There we are. Right, let's pop the strain relief back in again for the second time. There, okay. So that's how to wire the lead again. So we'll double check this one final time. So I did have it wired correct the first time round, but you know, let's try it again. So the set is switched on. Some of these tools back out the way again. So live, obviously it's going to that one. Let's just put that in beeper so you can hear it beeping. We should also be going to the dropper, which it is. Neutral should be connected to that one, which it is, and should also have some sort of connection with the chassis, which it has. Live shouldn't be connected to the chassis. Absolutely no reading there, so that's fine. Brilliant. Back where we were then, to start with. Oh dear. It's going to be one of those days, people, I can see it. Right, let's just catch up with the chat, because I just want to quickly see what Rob is suggesting for the for the capacitors. Use 0.01. 0.01. 0.01, which is that 100 NF? 10 NF. So 10 NF. NF. Just have a look, see what I've got here. 10F, 160 volts. It's not going to have. It's not going to see more than that, is it? Let me have a look. What's pin 6 of V2 likely to see voltage-wise? V2. No, I don't even list pin 6. The most voltage on that valve is 74 volts, I think. Let's have a look. Pin 6. Yeah, it's not going to see a lot of voltage, that. So I think I can probably just get away with 160 volts. What do you think? 160 volts? 10 NF. What do you think? Let's just catch up with the chat then. Just off to make dinner. All right, Spanky, catch you a bit later, mate. I'll catch you in a minute. Can anyone build you a power supply for a very old quad FM1? Yeah, I know what you're saying, Harvey. You snapped a bolt off your BMW, forgot about left too loosey, right too tighty. Nice. Yes, Paul. Well, that's just as well I spotted it, I suppose. Hi, Luigi. How are you? Hey Mike, how you doing, mate? Welcome on board. Right, so I'm going with 10 nanofarad, 160 volts. That should do it. So I'm just going to connect those on. So if I just twirl it around a little bit, oh, these aren't very good, are they? Just going to solder these on. Let's get you over onto this camera. If you want to see me, there we go. So I'm just soldering these on. And what I'll do is I'll just slip a bit of heat shrink over the join if I can. Well, this looks a bit over the top. You could just probe underneath, I suppose, but this is just going to make it a lot easier, I think. probably end up making it harder, Graham, but you know, can but try. So I just snip that off. I can save these leads for another job. As I say, I've got another two DAC90As, so I'm sure they'll come in useful for another one. There we are. Just heat shrink that on, just so as it doesn't touch a chassis. As I say, I don't know if there's any much voltage involved in it, but better safe than sorry. Well, let's do the same with this one. I don't think I'm going to get the heat shrink over this one, because the heat shrink, for some reason, even though it's supposed to be the same size, is slightly smaller. Incidentally, Rob, it does mention blocking caps in the what am I trying to say? In the trader sheets, but it doesn't actually mention it in the actual manufacturer's data. See if we can slide that one over. You never know, it might go. No, as I say, for some reason this heat shrink is the black seems smaller than the red. It's sort of got it covered up to a certain point. Too much now. It's all gathered up. There we go. So Nora Batty's socks now, isn't it? There we go. So that's my two connections for my SIGGEN. Got the speaker connected, our mains plug, so first of all we've got to check that that datum line matches up. Now I'm trying to think how it's going to be best to show you these marks on the back. Let me get myself a bit better organised here. I might be able to get the webcam in. Let's have a look. Can the webcam see it or not? Yes, I think it can. Right. So these are the what they call the datum marks on the back of the radio. So if I turn that, let's get this speaker. It's jammed right in there. So you can see the left-hand datum mark is this one. So when the tuning cap is fully meshed, so it's moving it around. When the tuning cap is fully meshed, which is there, that should line up with that data mark. It's very slightly off, but easy enough to move. There we are, that's absolutely bang on now. The tuning spindle's a bit bent. Be careful because I don't want to snap the thing off. That'll be the next thing. Live tuning spindle snappage. Easy enough to replace with a bit of copper though. So yeah, I'm lined up there now. So that should indicate... Oh, hang on. There, let's just get you in on a bit of an angle. Can you see that? It is lined up now. So there's like a little pointer in front. There's another part of the tuning pointer, dial pointer, and it's lining up dead on that data mark there. So we know that's right to start with. It might not focus in that close. Will it focus? Oh, it's not doing a bad job. Yeah, so there's all the other marks. You can see I've just put a little tiny mark with a Sharpie on each of them. So these all relate to alignment points on the dial. So if we look at the the alignment sheet, our first thing we've got to do, set the receiver to the medium wave range with a tuning control at approximately 300 meters, 100 kilocycles. So we've got 100 kilocycles is, so that's the data mark. That's 600 kilocycles, 214 kilocycles. That's our 1000. Then you've got 250 and 1500. So it's this one here then that we need to get in line with, and let's just double check that again. So datum line, 600, 214, 1000. So it needs to be dead in line with that one there. So that's our 1000 kilocycles mark. I need to go and get the knobs in a minute because I don't really want to be getting my hands on this with it live, so bear with me while I go and grab the knobs. Let's come back out. So I should be able to do the main camera to show you what I'm up to, and possibly if the webcam is picture in picture, possibly. Yeah, that should work. Can mess with that in a minute. So yeah, I cleaned the knobs off in the bathroom this morning, so I've just got them in here drying at the moment. Looks like the wind has started to die down out there now, which is nice. Yeah, I will do, Simon. It's going to be on an isolation transformer, and I'll fire it up originally with my lamp limiter, so it'll be through a lamp limiter as well. Right. So I've got to find the screws now for the knobs. I'm not sure which way is medium wave and which way is long wave on this side. God, a bit of WD on that, I think. A bit of oil. A bit of oil maybe. So I'm just putting the knobs back on a minute. Just put a little bit of oil on them because they're a bit stiff. Okay. Picture for a minute. Let's move that one out of the way. Yeah, so I'm not really 100% sure which way is medium wave or which way is long wave on these. Nice tuning cord on this one, isn't there? Yeah, not sure which way is medium wave and which way is long wave. Somewhere I did have the instructions for this because Paul sent it over. Oh, let's not whack my speaker around too much. Alright, that's a tuning one. Tune. I've got my screws all mixed up now, that. It's a bit stiff as well, so I'm going to pop a little bit of oil on that one. That's all that Doug very kindly gave to me. Okay. As I say, the later ones have got just push-on knobs, which I don't think is as nice. Obviously less chance of someone mullering it up and breaking it. This one. I'm also after some tips as to how to reinstate the lettering on these, because it looks like it's either really grubby. When I've scrubbed these with a toothbrush this morning, but they're still pretty grubby. There we are. Right, that's our knobs back on. That's our leads ready for our sig gen. Right, how are we doing on the chat? It's one in the auction, 30 quid. Oh, that's for the whole thing, George, was it? Hmm. Hard wax crayon, same as you use on old Avo meters. All right. Yeah, I did think of wax crayons. I'll go and see if I can rob the granddaughter's stash. Right. Okay. We're getting there. I printed this out massive, look, so I can actually follow along with the alignment instructions. Right, let's get the lamp limiter then, and we'll give this a test, make sure nothing's happened to it since last looking, because you never know. You never know. Someone could have wired the plug up backwards or anything, couldn't they? Or not, as the case was. Okay. So like I said, I will be powering this up with my isolation transformer and variac combined. We'll do the initial power up with the lamp limiter and our 60-watt bulb. So lamp limiters in the house. Time to get everything off the bench out the way. All the metallic stuff. Pliers, screwdrivers. Okay. God, I can hear stuff banging about outside still. I don't think we're out of the water yet here. Still pretty rough. I've had the sig gen on for quite some time warming up. I won't connect it yet, but let's pop that into there. Let's pop this up so you can see what I'm doing behind as well. So I've just got my lamp limiter. I'm going to stick it on lamp, power on, set is on. I think we're safe, nothing shorted there. Let's bring her up then. Let's dim the light a minute. Let's pop the light out. Let's just dim it down a bit, I think, rather than put it right out. So I'm up to 100 volts. 150, it's not likely to kick in much below 180. So now at 180, should start lighting up, hopefully. dial lamps. Dial lamps are very faintly glowing. Incidentally, I have popped some new dial lamps in as well. Let's get up to 200 then. Hopefully we should start hearing some. Yes, we can. So the lamp is not even slightly glowing. Let's pop it up to give it a full 240. $100 milliamps. Right, so that's medium wave. This is long wave. To be fair, we're not going to hear a lot in here because it's like a Faraday cage. So that is definitely medium wave there. Okay, so I know which way is medium wave now, so we can safely go on to bypass the lamp. Right, okay, we're good to go. Let's turn the light back on a bit better then. See where we are again. So say there's no harm leaving that in place anyway. So I'm just checking that I'm in line with the 1,000 kilocycles mark, which I am. Okay. So we're ready to check the IF then by the looks of it. So this is where it gets a little bit scary. So if we just go on to the instructions again for the alignment. Hi Doug, how are you? Pulls off. Cheers, mate. Off carting. Whoa. Blow it up there, mate. Hi, Steve. Yeah, the inkjet water slide transfers, I have got that, but or are we talking about something else? Are we talking about the knobs, or is someone talking about panels? I'm not sure. The knobs have got a slight recess in them, so you should be able to fill them up with a bit of crayon. On the set, there's a volt thingy. Has the volt thingy been set right? Yes, we've set it on 250 volts, Sean. I think you're on about the tap-ins on the transformer. So afternoon, Doug. Welcome, mate. Yes, I have got the DAC10, Sean. I have got the DAC10. That does need a bit of work still, but we did get it going, didn't we? Hi Ninja, you've been on KP peeling spuds. KP? Kitchen Patrol, is that? Well, anyway, so I'm digressing again, aren't I? So we're looking now under the intermediate frequency circuits, 465 kilocycles. Well, it's actually 470 on this set because it's a later one, as we discussed earlier. So set the signal generator 465 kilocycles. So 470 that is. So RF generator frequency 470 kilohertz. So level's going to have to be fairly strong, I think. Let's go with minus 40 dB to start with. See if that's dBm. What else is it saying? Connect it to V2 and adjust the secondary and primary of the IFT in that order for maximum output. So probably want my output meter connected in here as well. The other thing it says, can you see the top bit of it there? Where it says unscrew all the cores fully out. So that's a bit worrying, isn't it, really? Do we really want to do that? Do we really want to screw them all the way out? So yeah, so it says that very first paragraph under intermediate frequency circuits that you should unscrew the cores fully out. Victor had a very nice tool for screwing these in and out, but I haven't got one here. I have got something that might do. Depends how stiff they are. Let's have a look at my alignment tools. Because there is one with a notch in the end which might do it. But, if I can find it, that is. There we are. Okay. It's just one that's a bit tight. That top one there. So let me just power it off a minute. Yeah, that ain't the best, to be fair. Okay, so Rob is saying, do not unscrew the cores or you run the risk of running into harmonics of the main signal. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying there, Rob. Good advice, mate. It does say, though, doesn't it, to unscrew all the cores fully out. So let's ignore that, what they're saying then. I'm just going to see if I can make a slightly better tool here. I have got a slotted tool. Let me bring you back in again. So I have got this tool. Can I get you in on the overhead camera? Turn the radio off for a minute. Where's the overhead camera? So basically you need a tool like this with a notch in the end. The problem with this is it's not very substantial, and you can see it's already sort of splayed out, because the actual bits you need to turn are they've got like a lock nut and then a flat end. It's difficult to actually show you. Let me see if I can get you in on the main camera a minute and show you what they look like. It's difficult actually. Let's get you right down. I'll show you what I mean if I can zoom in that close. Okay, you can see one of the IF cans there. I think we're on this one, are we? Yeah. So basically this would fit over this slotted end. Like that. And I can turn it that. And that one. So both of those are turning okay. And that one's turning okay, but this top one here is a bit stiff. So I need to work on this one a bit. Just loosen it off. Yeah, so it's just that one that's a little bit stiff. I think it's because of the paint that they painted inside it. So let me get that back around, and I'm going to have a play, just try and loosen that up a little bit. As I say, I think a lot of it's the paint. I have got this switched off, by the way. I will unplug it just to pull the neutral as well. Let's get a little screwdriver and just have a scratch around at that. Get some of the paint off. So the nut seems loose enough. I think Victor's got the right idea, making up a little tool to do this. I did think of, I've got a spare one of these with a broken end, of actually heating one of these up and pushing the tool onto the end of it to make the correct size. I think that would be a bit of a botch, really. Yeah, I think I'm just pushing one on, but I don't really want to put any heat on these. I've just seen if there's any of the tools that Doug let me have that had that little slot on the end, but there isn't. I don't think. No. That is literally the only tool that will fit out the box. You can of course turn it with pliers, but not ideal. There we go. It's freed up now. He's either freed up or we've dropped off the coil off the back of it. Right, okay. So let's connect up to the SIGGEN then next. Let's connect up to the SIGGEN. I'll see if I can pop the webcam in at an angle so you can see what I'm actually adjusting. Let's have a look, see what that looks like. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, so there's my adjustment points. Let's just pop it back on again. So SIGGEN is connected. Well, it will be. That's my SIGGEN connected up to it. And I've got to get back to my data mark. So let's go to the frequency in. And I'm just alternating the frequency around a little bit to see if I can see where the peak is. Let's pop the level up a little bit. I can hardly hear that. There, you can hear it now. So if we go, so I'm on 470 at the moment. Let's go to 4. So I'm losing it at 475, 478, 480. It's gone. So certainly not 465. So 470 is there. So it definitely is 470. So just the secondary and primary of the second IFT in that order for maximum output. So which is the primary and which is the secondary? Top is L6, sorry, top is L8. Okay, this one explains it better. So it says so at the moment I'm just doing it by ear. I've got nothing connected to it, no output meter or anything. Just going to quickly do it by ear and see if we can get an improvement by ear. Hey Derek, how you doing, mate? Right, so it says to adjust the secondary and then the primary. So the secondary is at the top. This one's a secondary. So let's give that a twiddle. If I can get it to... peaked there. Yeah, okay, it really hasn't changed hardly at all. Let's just pop that signal up a bit. It's very weak. Doesn't sound very good, does it? I don't know whether that's my sig gen or let's just check the modulation. So it's 1 kilohertz tone. Level, we want really AM, don't we? Do want increments. I'm going to turn my sig gen on and off again. For some reason it gets stuck in increment mode. I don't know whether that's all the stuff here interfering with it. Probably is. Yeah, it's not a particularly good reading, is it, that we're getting? Hey, Mike, thank you. Why they got some new underwear? Derek, thanks very much, mate. Why they got some new underwear? They get the goat in the shop for that, I think, don't you? You need to be in on that. He's getting a mention. Try removing the ground lead from the signal gen and see if the 50 Hz modulation goes. It gets effects like that when using an isolation transformer. Alright, Simon. I'm just trying to get the turn the modulation to AM. It was on FM. I don't know whether that would make a lot of difference. It probably wouldn't, would it? So we set the sig gen up again. Level, that's good. Minus 30 dBm. Set the modulation, frequency 1, that's level. Let's try 30. AM. Try that. Okay. And signal goes all together, Simon, when that happens. I'll tell you what we could do though, we could connect it, it's better to connect it, leave it connected into the isolation transformer really, isn't it? do sort of have a peek there. I think that's pretty much peaked anyway. So kind of try altering the frequency either way. Yeah, so we are peaked there at 470 pretty much. Okay. So now it's asking me to transfer it. Try cap in series with the IF signal lead. I've done that, Simon. There's already caps out, mate. There's one on each connection as per the manual. So that's as good as I can get that one, I think. God knows I'm going to tighten those up, mind you. I'm basically going to have to somehow try and hold them dead in place and then somehow do the back nut. So they've moved a little bit from where they were, but not a lot. So I'm just running them around with the tip of my screwdriver at the moment just to catch them. Just make sure that is still peaked. Yeah, that's peaked still. Right, so let's get on to V1 pin 6, V1 P6 next. Yeah, pin 6 V1. Just rectifier valve. Tell you what, I do prefer the Bush instructions to the other one. So I am fully unplugged here, but let's pop you back onto the main camera because that's a bit wider view. So I'm aware that there's going to be some voltages in here on the capacitors still. So I'll take this one off and basically put it onto pin 6 of V1 for the second or the first IF. So let me see if I can see where the little pip is again. So it's going to be, I'm poking with the wrong type of tool really, aren't I? Okay, so pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks like it goes to one of the trimmers. Let me just double check that on the circuit. Yeah, that would be right then. Actually, 7, 8, 7, 6. Yeah, I can see it. Right, okay. Good to go. So I'm going to pop that one off. There, actually, let's just take that totally off. There we go. Let's put a little blob of solder on that. Let's pop our wire on there. There we are. So we're now connected to pin 6 of V1. Fire in the hole. So let's transfer, adjust the secondary primary of the first IFT in that order for the maximum output. Each core should be adjusted once only. Take the level down. So let's swap you back onto the webcam. Let's just move that forward slightly. So secondary is the top one. You can just about hear the tone. I've got it set fairly low though. Whoa, that was a fair way out. Peak is virtually upright, and the second, the primary. That's about it there. That's it. So it says not to touch it again. So let's try and grab the pin. And try and tighten it up in the right position. This is difficult to do. I don't know. It's really difficult with the can in place. Right, that one's tight anyway. Tight-ish. Ideally I need a little tiny screwdriver. I don't think my other snipe nose pliers will go in there. These jeweller's ones might though. Let's have a look at these little jeweller's pliers. They might just go in there. Ah, yes. Now we're talking. Oh, careful. Okay, that one's tight. That one's tight. Let's do these with this jeweller's pliers as well. Because basically you've got a lock nut that goes around the little spindle that you adjust. Right, that one's done. And that one is there. That's tight. That one did move slightly, but there we go, that's better. So I think what I'll do is I'll just drop a little bit of Loctite on those, just to stop them moving. Although to be fair, probably that won't help the situation. I need to adjust them again. But yeah, I think I will pop a little bit of Loctite on if I can find it. What are we doing then? Are we all following along? Are we on batteries now? What's going on now in here? What is going on in here now? Let me have a check. Turn me back for 5 minutes. Linton, afternoon, how are you? Billy's looking the wrong way, should be looking at the radio. Right, so I'm just going to stick some of this thread lock stuff on here now, just to stop them moving around. I'm not going to put a lot on, to be fair. Oh, he says there's a big load comes out straight away. There's a little tiny bit on each one. Literally a pinhead size. So that'll just seal them in and stop them moving about in the future. You're missing a lot today, Ninja. Tidying up after last night's storm. You've had some problems there, have you? D-size NiCads back in the 70s. They cost a fortune. I think I got some here, actually. Doug, Yeah, they were expensive. Okay, so that's that done. Right, RF alignment now then, oscillator and signal frequency ranges. So I'm happy that we've done the IF cans now. I know I've done it by ear and I've not put an output meter on it, but it's pretty obvious where the peaks are. And we've used the signal generator to give us a signal, so we should be able to take the leads off now. We don't need those anymore. So let's pop onto the main cam. So we get this one out of the way for a sec. Let's pop these leads off. Let's say we'll keep these for future use, seeing as I've soldered them on. So I'll put that over by the SIGGEN. Okay, so this next set of adjustments should be a bit easier. Famous last words, isn't it? Should be a bit easier. So let's pop the instructions back on screen again. Let's get rid of my picture. So we're now moving up to the top right, oscillator and signal frequency circuits. So we're looking at the medium wave range first. So set the signal generator and the receiver to the 600 kc to 600 kilocycles, which is the second one in from the left hand side. So let's just so that's this second one up this end. Now it mentions up second paragraph down on the left hand side, it mentions a single turn loop of wire approximately 10 inches by 8 inches. A single turn loop of wire 10 inches by 8 inches, placed 12 to 18 inches away from and parallel to the frame aerial. Should be used when aligning the aerial and oscillator circuits. Signals fed into single turn loop from the signal generator. A sensitive output meter should be used as a visual indicator. Use the lowest possible input to the receiver from the signal generator with the volume control of the receiver at maximum. So we've got to have it on maximum, this receiver. So coil of wire, a single loop, 10 inches by 8. How can you have 10 inches by 8 loop unless it's an oval? And do you have one end connected to each leg of the signal generator? So this has always intrigued me, these manufacturers, when they tell you what sort of dummy aerial to use or loop aerial. And I've got a loop of turn of a few wires which I use for tuning most things, and that's this. Now whether it'll actually work who knows? We can try it, can't we? If it doesn't work, then I'll have to do what they say and make up a 10x8 loop. Single loop. Doesn't seem a lot, does it? Right, so I'm just going to use this for the time being, which is it's just a few wraps around. I suppose that's 2-inch former. It's only the inside of a kitchen roll, I think, or something similar to that. So I've got to set the signal generator to 600. So let's alter that. 600. Oh, that's 6,000. 600 kilohertz. So let's connect that up to that. So say I never know whether to connect both up or just one. Doesn't ever really say, does it? A lot of these things assume that you know what you're doing when I certainly don't really always know what I'm doing. So it says it wants it a fair way away. It says 12 to 18 inches, but in parallel, which is the same that way. So it's got to be sort of over here, really, out of sight. Just stick it up on top of my fume extractor for a minute. Let's see if it'll stay up there. Come on, stay up there, you little swine. Get up there. Get up there. Don't want to stay there, does it? Right, okay, that's about 12 inches away. Itchy eye, itchy eye. So I've placed it over there, look, up on top of my extractor. A bit messy over that side of the bench, but you know. So that's where it is. Let's plug it back in and turn it on. Volume at maximum, so this could be loud. Let's turn the soldering iron off, because that interferes with the signal. Adjust the core of L1 and L2 oscillator coil. Not picking anything up as yet. So it's a bit noisy now. Okay, I found it. It's very slightly off. Not a lot though. It's not a lot off at all, actually. So I've got to find now. Well, Fat Tony, bottle of ghost ship. Tony, thank you, mate. So where's L1 and L2 then? Well, it seems to be all the same. Okay, that is actually not moving at all. Let me just yeah, that's not moving at all. I'm not sure where L2 is. I've got to loosen the lock nut on that by the looks of it. I don't know if you can see in underneath there, but if I get the webcam on, you might be able to. Yeah, so in under there. Can you see it? I'm not sure which is L1 and L2, but this is certainly the oscillator core. I can't physically get in there with a spanner, I don't think. It's going to have to be a pair of serrated pliers. Let me just get you over to one side there a minute. Will that turn now? Yeah, that will turn now. Right, okay. Back onto the main camera then. Let's pop it back down. So it doesn't tell you there's a lock nut in there to undo, does it? But we know that now. We now know there is a locking of the nut type in there. So back to where we were. Takes a little while for it to warm back up again. Hopefully I don't pop these bulbs by keep turning it on and off. So I'm just going to turn this one. That certainly seems like the peak there. So that's that one done. So let's just pop that out and tighten that back up again. Just making sure I put the screwdriver in slot so as it doesn't move. So it was a little bit out, that one. Get off. I must get myself some little tiny BA spanners. I don't like doing stuff with pliers like this. They're solid as a rock. Okay. That's that one done. Next then. Next we have number 3, which we're looking on the right hand side, medium wave range. Set the signal generator and receiver to 1500 kilohertz, 200 meters. So 1500. Oh, hang on. My set's moved there a little bit. Let's try that again. My dial marker moved there a fraction when I had it down on the front there. So let's just make 100% sure that's right. Yeah, bang on. She's good. Let's turn that down a minute. Right, so now we've got to set it to 1500, so let's go back to frequency 1500, so 1.5 megs then really, kilohertz. Set to the 200 meters mark. So the 200 meters mark, 200 meters as in 1500 kilocycles, so that is the very last one, I believe. Yeah, the very last far end. So let's flip the generator on. No, that's not, I can't hear that. You can hear it slightly off. Very slightly, it just needs to be just there. So the adjustment for that is TC4 and TC2. So let me just find where they are. So TC4 is this one. And TC2 make sure I've got that right. TC2 is this one. It's definitely a peak there. Let's try that again. Oh, hang on, you can't see what I'm doing here, can you? Wrong camera. Actually, let's get you down on that. No, can't see really. Oh, excuse me, sorry. You're actually viewing that camera at the moment, Graham. Okay, so the first one is this one here on the very far right hand side. I wonder if I can... That's better, okay. So I've got the signal generator set up for 1.5 megs, so this is TC4. So that is definitely the peak there, and this one. It's about there. So again, slightly off, but not majorly. Absolutely bang on now, though. And it says repeat operations 1 and 2. So again, I need to go back to 600 kilocycles then, or 600 hertz. Let's go back to the... I need to go back to the mark on the top for 600 kilocycles, which is the second one in, that one there. Hopefully our signal will come in as I hit it. I haven't got the volume up, have I? That is pretty much there, to be fair. That is pretty much there. Pretty much there. So the only other thing is 214 kilocycles. Now that SIGGEN won't do that. I would like to try and get it lined up on long wave because I would like to be able to listen to Radio 4. So I think what we need to do is go and get the other SIGGEN and connect that up. What do you think? What do you think? It is going smoothly, Keith, for a change, yeah. Right, let's just catch up with the chat a minute before I swap SIGGENs. And I will have a bottle of Ghost Ship, good stuff, Tony. One end of your loop goes to output and obvious and minus of your SIGGEN. Yeah, whether it made any difference, Andrew, at doing this, their 8 and 10 inch loop, I don't know. I'll have to rig one up with a bit of I've got some hard copper here somewhere. Some thick copper aerial wire. I'll dig that out and make up a loop, see if that makes any difference to my little makeshift one. Sean's gone deaf. Sorry about that, Sean. You're going to plug it into your linear amp. A kilowatt should be enough loose coupling. God Christ. Right, so where are we? I'm just keep catching up. Yeah, so George is saying invest in the power resistors. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, George, but they want the volume up full whack, don't they? I think you should get it online over there, Doug. Okay, part radio. On about Radio Caroline, I think now, aren't we? George likes Pilates. What are we on about now, George? What are we on about Pilates? So you just think to peak all the long wave coils and trimmers at 198 kilohertz? Yeah, I think you're right, Simon. But what I don't know is where 198 kilohertz is on the dial, Simon, you see. That's the thing. Because I haven't got this back in the set, it's unknown as to where it's likely to be. But at least with the marks on the back, we can tune it 214 is quite close to radio 4. Radio 4 is on 198, which is what Simon's referring to. TC3 and TC1. So let me have a think. Let me have a think about this. So 214 kilohertz is the third one in. I'm looking back at the radio now. Just trying to think roughly where that would be on this scale. So according to the plan, let's just turn this, pull the power out again a minute while I'm poking around. So that's the datum line. Next one is 600, which we've just done on medium wave. So long wave, it's got to be off there. And the next one over is here, which is 214. So if that's 214, 1000 and 250, that means 198 is going to be back around here somewhere. So we could sort of pull a flanker, and I still need a SIGGEN though, really, don't I? Unless I just see if I can receive radio 4 and peak it for radio 4, which should be there. Let's turn that on and see if I can see if radio 4 comes up. See where radio 4 comes up on there. If it's roughly there, then we've got to be pretty good. I think we'll get the wobbler in anyway, shall we? Because that will do the lower frequencies. Let's turn it back on again, would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, the little dim, poor little dim bulbs are glowing. I have actually got another transistor. Where's the goat? A goat interfered with it. The goat interferes with the radio. So where's... Yeah, see, I don't know. There's lots of stuff interfering with this. Excuse me, I'll turn the light out. See, radio 4 is about there. Can't hear it very well because it's rubbish. This frame area was pretty bad. Let's see if
please be still, Ray. Nice big smile, Ray.
I think that's overloading it now.
There were several Polaroids of the center. As if in the crook of his arm.
Yeah, my long wire's overloading it. So right, I'm going to go and get the other SIGGEN a minute. Let's turn that down a minute. I won't keep turning it on and off because I'll pop my bulbs. Bear with me, I'll go and get the wobbler in. I'll have a quick toilet break while I'm at it as well. So talk amongst yourselves. Sounds like Davros, it does. And Daleks. You want to listen to AM on a radio. Right, bear with me. I'll be back. Right. Hello, where's my wobulator? Oh, there he is. It's got a Christmas tree on it. Christmas tree on the wobulator, people. Christmas tree on the wobbler. Wobulator. Sean's favourite word. Ah. Right, now this is the next thing is there room for the wobulator on the bench? Not really. Oh, there's not really room, but we're going to make room. Make room for the wobbler. So let's just move this up the bench a bit. And we can get the wobbler in on the show. Right, now this should does 0.1 to 0.3, so it should do it. AM 1 kilohertz tone. Step that amplitude right up. Power them on. Now I need to check the output first with a frequency counter because I've got no calibration on this thing. Let's get a scope probe a minute. That'd be the furthest one away, wouldn't it? Sod's law. Actually, no, I can connect it. I can direct connect it, can I? Yes, I can. Oh, so can you see that? Yeah, you can. A bit of a jumble picture there, people, but just in shot there is my frequency counter. You can see the old wobbler in the background. So I'm just going to connect this up with a BNC to BNC a minute. So 3 Hertz to 125 megahertz. Connects up to the wobbler, which is wobbling. He's live. Switch him on. So it's 127 kilohertz at the moment. We want 214. That's a bit precise, isn't it? Not got a very fine tune. I need to strip this thing down really. Come on. You can do it. I think that's pretty good, don't you? 214 kilohertz. Right. Back on the bench then. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Gotta love a wobbler. Gotta love a wobbler. Yes, I do. My Hewlett-Packard does go down there, but it's buried right in underneath everything at the moment, and it's quicker for me to pull this one in and pop it on the bench than it is to get that one out. Right, so let's connect this up to there. Oh, wow. Well, that's a lovely signal coming out of that one. Turn the level down a bit. That looks absolutely I think that is pretty much. Let's increase it a little bit, and I will have a go at adjusting it. If I can get the camera to go down there, that is. Okay, there we go. So we'll see if we can get it any better than that, although it's pretty good, to be fair. That is pretty good. So TC3 and TC1 I've got to adjust. So TC3, that's basically 1 to 4 here. So 1, 2, 3, that one. Pretty good anyway. It's TC3 and the other one was TC. Oh no, it goes 2, 1, 3 and 4. So TC3 I just did, which was that one. TC1 is that one. So again, we haven't really adjusted them at all. There you go then. Wobbler in the house. Wibbly wobbler. That pretty much is the whole of the alignment, really. That's the alignment done, which was pretty straightforward, to be fair. I probably would have been better off with the wobulator to do those. Seems that that's a better signal generator than the Marconi for some reason. I don't know why that is. I do not know why that is. Right, let's have a look where we are. Where are we? Have we got anybody else? 50 Hertz breakthrough, Daleks. I suppose what we need to do now, let's just turn the wobbler off. Get rid of my little coil. Coil. We ought to, I suppose, see if the thing still works. After all of that tweaking and twiddling. Always worth checking afterwards it works. So let's pop it back on again. Just sort out my tools, get them out of the way when it's warming back up. The problem with long wave and medium wave in here is there's a hell of a lot of stuff interfering with it, to be honest. So it's really difficult to demo a long wave and medium wave radio in here. Right, let's just see where we're going. Someone's using Alexa for medium wave, Daleks. It would be better to have a ferrite in this. Wibbler, wobbler, wibbly wobbler. Webbler, wabbler. It's a wobbler. Right. Let's turn this round the business end. It's a bit dark here, people. Apologies for that. Yeah, there's not many stations here that I can pick up in here. Don't go breaking my heart. Unfortunately, it's all the computer gear to run the live stream does interfere with the radio reception. I'll try the aerial, but I think it's going to overload it. Just overloads it, doesn't it? Just overloads it if I try the external area on it. The dial lights are pretty shocking.
Neither had I. Fault lines. Money, sex and blood on BBC Radio 4.
She was worth 10 of you.
Oh, I am glad about that. I really am. Begins next Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. BBC News at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock already?
Era is causing problems across the UK with severe gales and gusts of up to 90 miles an hour. Power cuts are affecting thousands of homes in the Midlands, South West England and South Wales. Many flights and ferry services have been cancelled and some roads are flooded or blocked by fallen trees. The port of Dover is closed to shipping. Simon Jones reports.
Here in Dover, at times the gusts of wind are almost strong enough to knock you off your feet. With huge waves lashing the port, all ferry services have been suspended. Along the coast in Hastings, a surfer was swept away, prompting a large-scale search by the Coast Guard, the lifeboat and the police. He was found in Rye Bay. The emergency services say he's lucky to be alive.
That's not bad reception, to be fair.
Accompanied by heavy rain, with hundreds of flood warnings issued. There has been disruption to rail services across the country too.
Everything's interfering with it.
The network had to be shut because of trampolines blowing onto the line. With the bad weather set to last for the rest of the day, the advice is to stay indoors if you can.
A fourth person has tested positive for the coronavirus in the UK. The patient is being treated at the Royal Free Hospital in London. Supporters of Sir Keir Starmer's campaign for the Labour leadership have described as utter nonsense claims that his team illegally hacked into the party's membership database. Labour has formally reported the alleged breach to the information.
There we are. She is working.
The family of the teenaged motorcyclist Harry Dunn say they're angry no one told them about claims that the American woman...
Hey Lou, how you doing?
...works for the CIA.
Welcome, mate.
The American government has
Chicken.
said it won't allow Ansikulas to be extradited.
Mike, how you doing?
Intelligence officer.
Mike Hunt, how are you?
The UK government had
Mike
been told that
Hunt, I'll have to say that.
a spouse with no official role. The Swiss people have voted in a referendum to outlaw discrimination.
I need to take it downstairs, really, in the kitchen and test it out, don't I, really?
63% of voters backed the new law, with 36% opposed. BBC News.
They lost their trial, but they're not seeing somebody brought to justice for that.
Votes are being counted in the Republic of Ireland following the country's general election yesterday. An exit poll suggests there's a three-way tie in terms of vote share between the main parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin. The results are expected later on.
She's working, though.
BBC continues. It's 3 minutes past.
Elton John and Kiki D, I think, wasn't it?
Richard Green's Vintage Chart Show on the BBC.
Cheers, Fat Tony. That's the alignment done. Did I make any difference? A little bit. It wasn't far off at all, to be fair. I mean, everything it was still factory sealed with the paint, so nothing really had been moved at all. So I didn't make a lot of difference to it. Like I say, there's a couple things. The bulbs, I don't know if you can see the bulbs. Let me show you the bulbs. This is a bit of a joke on these sets, really. Now there are, I believe there's lots of modifications that you can do. I've actually swapped these for the correct bulbs now, because Mr. Cody's very kindly pointed me to a listing on eBay where they were selling some new old stock 0.15 amp 150 milliamp bulbs, which were these 3.5 volts 0.15 amps. So I picked these up, and this now has got those bulbs in. So let's turn that light off. Okay, let me turn the camera light off as well. Let's get rid of me a minute. Let's power it on first, and we'll just see how bright these lamps are. So bear with me. I'll just turn this light off. It's going to go pretty dark, but you should see it come up, hopefully. Hang on. Does help if I turn the Variac on, doesn't it? Oh, double goat. Double goat. Okay. So, can you see the glow? Hey! Heat sensitive camera contribution. Oh, I'd like one of those. Thank you, Sean. Can you see that glowing? Look at the state of that. That's in total darkness. Thanks, Sean, for the contribution, mate. Most appreciated. Hi, Jeff. How are you? Sitting back and relaxing. So let's pull that out, and you can have a look at the bulbs in their entirety. Look. Come on, that can't be right, can it? Surely not. That's full whack. What do you think about that? Hi, Andy. How are you? Is that your hand? This is my hand. Look at the state of that, eh? And what is going on with that? I mean, yeah, they work. But, you know, you put that in front of it, stick it back in the case, and it's gone, isn't it? Look. Oh. I mean, what use is that, really? What use is that, eh? Oh, dear. It is, Mike, they're terrible. I don't know, anybody that's got these, they did stick this 75 ohm resistor in. You know, that's got the full mains on it, Mike. It is right. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Murder by gaslight. Oh dear. Let's turn my main light back on, or my other light, the camera light. Yeah, really waste of time like that, isn't it? I've got the old resistor, because originally these sets were fitted with a 250 ohm resistor, and Bush decided in their wisdom to actually turn that, or put it back to 75 ohms, which I think reduced the current flow to the bulbs. So I think the older 250 ohm resistor should make them do it. Are the bulbs for the 90 and the 90A the same? I'm not sure, Simon, to be fair. I don't know if anyone else can enlighten you on that. Fit a set of LEDs, bright white. It would be nice to do something, wouldn't it? I mean, there is room, obviously, to put, you could put an LED strip, one of those LED strips around the back. But I have cleaned these bulbs, and I've cleaned the holders as well. You can see them glowing there now, can't you, look? If I turn the light down. You know, they are working, but they're pretty poor, aren't it? I mean, jeez. It's not really worth it, is it? There is some mods that you can do, but drop the dropper resistor to 200 volts. No LED. Drop it to the 220 volt. That's actually on the 250 at the moment, Simon, which I think was the sort of general consensus last week, that we leave it on the 250. It was originally on 230. Oh, Simon, are you on about the mains dropper resistor? Just turn that light back on. Maybe get the right button here. We can smell the heat coming off of it. So let's run you round the back of the radio a minute. Let's get you in. Okay, so this is the dropper resistors. This is obviously the mains dropper. We've got that set on the 250 volt position. That's the line resistor. That one, I can't remember what that one is. And this is the lamp, like shunt resistor, which is 75 ohms. Do you mean change that one, Simon? Or you on about swapping the tapping down to the lower position? You have 1,000 SMD 3-watt LEDs, which are 3 volts, so you could fit 100 in parallel in that space. Won't make a difference, the green jobby. Thought I had 245 mains when you checked last time. I don't think I checked the mains, did I? I really want my my other tester for that, but I don't know where it's gone. Drop it to 230 and check that HT is in spec. Okay. Let's just pop that plug right out so as we're disconnected live and neutral. Because the switch only disconnects the live, don't forget, in these switches. It's only a single pole switch. Let's make sure there's no voltage hanging around. Between the chassis and that. Have we got any voltage knocking about there? No. Cool. You've done that up tight ground, didn't you? Wobbler. Wobbler. Wobbler's been in the house. Okay, so you need to just quickly explain what you mean by checking that the HT is in spec. Do I need to check the output of the rectifier valve then? Is that what we're saying? Move carefully because I don't want to... I need to possibly drop that down a little bit. There we go. So where am I checking for HT then, Simon? Am I checking, what am I resting on there? No, I'm resting on the dropper resistor there, that's not a good idea. What can I put in there? Let's stop that dropping down. Let's pop that there a minute. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Luigi. See what the HT output is on the output of the rectifier. Where did you get that little flat camera? Which one are you on about? Which one are you on about? The webcam, Harvey? This one, Harvey? Is that the one you mean, mate? The white one. Oh, the overhead camera. That's the I'll tell you what it is in a minute. It's an MX-P. I can't quite get it at the moment, Harvey. Can't remember what make it is. Oh, it's an Elmo. It's an Elmo 4K MX-P visual presenter, Harvey. There you go. So you don't want to see the business end, don't you, really? Make sure I've not got the dropper resistor on the deck, which I have. So. Certainly had a lot of work, this set, and a lot of people have been involved in helping with it. Mostly Chris, all the gear, no idea. I don't know if he's still with us, but he rebuilt the output transformer for me. Without that, this set wouldn't be working now. It was in hell of a state, to be fair. Right, so rectifier valve. That's V1, isn't it? Up here. Is that the rectifier valve? No, hang on. Let me have a look. I need to find out the HT. I think it's V5, isn't it, the rectifier? So V5 is the rectifier. Down the bottom there. According to this, it's obviously got the filament heated. And then there's only two other. One is the output pin 2, and then, sorry, input is pin 2, output is pin 7. So if that's right again, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The green wire. The green, which comes up onto the output transformer, is that right? Let me just make sure I've got this the right way around. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, that is V5. Okay. So let's see if we can get a probe on V5 lead, and we'll monitor the output. We'll bring it up on the Variac. So I'll stop the Variac about 100 volts and then bring it up from there, see where we are with it. Let's see if I can clip on here safely without it touching anything. Yeah, okay. So let's have a look and see then. So we want to connect. This is using these clips that Doug very kindly gave me. So cheers, Doug, if you're there still, mate. I'm sure you are. Let's pop that on. So that's after the rectifier. So that's DC, isn't it? And let's connect. In fact, these are the pre-made clips that Doug gave me to start with. Let's clip that onto the cap again. Make sure that nothing can arc across onto it. Good to go. Fire in the hole. So we're now on the 230 volt tap-in. So what are we expecting to see on the output of the rectifier? Pin 7. Have we got a voltage? I think we have. V5, pin 7 should be 205 volts. 205 volts. So, power's on. As I say, I'm on 76 volts at the moment. So it's not going to really start conducting until I get up to around 180, is it? So let's pop it at 200 volts. Now she's moving. Now she's moving. I've got much more valve work coming up, Sean. Don't you worry about that. Okay, 178. Let's chuck it up to full 240 then. Well, 240 according to the Variac meter, which isn't necessarily right. So he's a little bit low, isn't he? Is slightly low. I say service sheet, Simon says, let's pop it up. Let's pop it on screen for you. Let's spoil you, shall I? Am I still stuck? Is my little head in the corner? Yes. Okay, so I'm measuring here, look. Pin 7 of V5. So I'm measuring there, and at the moment I'm getting 193 volts. According to the service info, excuse me if that's doing head in while I'm scrolling. Pin 7 should be 205. So that could be that I'm just not wound it up enough on the variac. Yes, I can achieve 205 volts just by popping it up on the variac. I mean, my variac's reading 258 volts now to get 205 on the valve. (150 milliamps). Are the bulbs any brighter? I don't think so. I don't think so. So there we go. Look, I'm around about 205, but as I say, my variac's reading 257 volts. Let's come in with another meter rather than mess about with that. See if I can measure the input. This is DC though, isn't it? Let's see what my AC volts coming in is. Very careful here. Let me just very quickly turn that back off again. Move it around so as I can get at the AC input. Just make sure my probes are not touching anything there or each other. Okay. Just see if I can hook up safely on the power switch. Bear with me, I'm just going to have a quick look, see what I've got coming off the variac. That's what I'm trying to figure out. There we go. So I connect that to that one. Look at all these leads I've spoilt. There we go, that's a better test, isn't it, I think? So this one's measuring the output of the... it was. That's measuring the output of that rectifier. And this is measuring the AC mains. So again, real careful now. Oh, hang on. Does help if you've got your meter on the right scale, Graham. Try that. So if I wind this one back to 240, but saying that, I'm in the 230 position now, aren't I, really? So really that should be on 230, shouldn't it? So I'm a little bit down, aren't I? Maybe that rectifier's a bit tired, I don't know. What's the verdict? What's the story in Balamory? Wouldn't you like to know? Right, what are we doing here now? Let me have a look. What's happening, Benji? You need a nice big RF linear amp jobby. No, I don't, George. It could be a weak rectum fryer, could it? I'm holding back on the mains. So what do you reckon then, those that know? Chuck another valve. Chuck another rectum fryer in there, Simon, is that right? Let's pinch one out of my other set then. Again, I have got this valve tester. If I had that working, that'd be great, wouldn't I? Actually, no, I do have. What is the output valve again? It's a UI41. Because years and years ago, I did buy some valves for a DAC90A because I was intending to change them all. So I must have one here somewhere, which could be a new old stock. You never know, because I don't know if this other set's working. So probably best to try a decent one in there, isn't there? Now, which one is it likely to be? Is that one of the larger valves? Valves? What is a valve? So it's probably second highest. It's going to possibly be the output. Baby one, baby one, baby one, baby one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, there's got to be one of these. I found these the other day when I was having a bit of a clear up. I came across this Jiffy bag from. What's the date on that? 2005 is the date on that. 2005. 42 pence. That was when I lived in Bridgewater. In fact, that was when I first moved to Bridgewater, I think. Wow, there you are. History. UI41. Now that doesn't look particularly new to me. It's got a bit of dust on top, so that looks to me like what that's been in cement. Let's give the old pins a bit of a scrub. Ow. It'd be interesting to see if it's different. If we can remember, that was 199, wasn't it? With 240 volts input. Incidentally, just as a side one, it does state right at the start of the alignment info that you need to make sure that you've got 100% working valves, all in tolerance, etc., etc. first. Well, obviously we haven't done that because I haven't got round to doing the we haven't got around to doing the valve tester yet. So let's pop, is he cool now? Yeah. Let's pop the, Simon calls it the rectum fryer. I like that. Definitely is the right one, isn't it? Yeah, UI41. Let's try a new rectum fryer then. Great stuff. Okay. Let's get myself set back up again. Make sure everything's connected and nothing's shorted. Now I've moved everything. Get that right out of my way so it doesn't arc onto me. Good to go. Right. New valve. Sorted. New rectum fryer fitted. We're not modding nothing. No. So Doug is saying it's well within 10%. Is that what the sort of tolerance is on the valves then? Right, fire in the hole. So he's reading 248 on my Variac. So that's... It looks like that that valve is okay then, that I've just put in. It's the same, Simon, if not slightly weaker. Victor, how you doing, mate? Harvey, you hate mods. You were a rocker, were you? So that valve is slightly down on the other one, isn't it? I think the other one was 199, wasn't it? I don't know if I've got another one here. God only knows what I got here. No, these are the little... I've got loads of the old low voltage valves that I've pulled out of those suitcase radios. What on earth is that one? So it's something new anyway. So I mean that's slightly down, that's a few volts down on the other valve, isn't it, really? So what we need to know is us changing that tap-in. Has changing that tap-in made our bulbs glow any better? Because that was the whole reason of trying changing it, wasn't it? Bulbous glowus. Let's have a look. It's got leads everywhere now. It's Lead City in here. Let's get myself sorted because I really need to get another beer in maybe because I'm slacking a bit. I don't want to get accused of slacking on the drink front. I've got another spanky beer yet. How are we doing on time, people? How are we doing on time? 4:30. That's not too bad. Fully aligned by 4:30. Got to get the case in. Got to get the case in and get this thing back to bed, back in its little cozy place. So I think we can pop that one out and pop the original one back in, because there's no difference on there. So do that, and I can safely wrap that one back up. What I want to try and do at some stage is get this valve tester up and running. I don't think we're going to have time to do that today, because I've got to do the case still. I've done quite a lot to the case, to be fair. Let's pop these valves back in. So that's a spare. I think that must have been pulled from another set, that, because I've got all 5 there, I think. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have asked Paul to pop me that one in the post. Right. Let's get back to the business end. We'll do exactly the same as before then. We'll pop the bit of horrible plastic in first. Gotta say, people, though, these particular sets, I really like these DAC90As. They're nice and easy to work on. Dial cord, once you've done one, they're easy. But you don't want to do a dial cord, do you? You do not want to be touching the dial cord. Right, so let's do the same. We'll pop the light off. And let me have a look. So I'm all ready to go. That's there, lamp. Yeah, okay, so I can get to that. Still light enough in here for me to see. Are we ready then for lamp glow type 2? And welcome, Simon. Digital meters gives more detail than analog. Here we go then. Far in the hole. Ooh. Let's take me out just in case that's What do you think? Have we achieved any more brightness by that? That don't look no different to me. No different, is it? Absolutely no different. It's like Sauron's eye. What the hell is Sauron's eye, Andrew? Oh dear. You can just about see him if I dim the lights down. It's very 50s, I suppose, isn't it? Like I say, I can have a play and put that other resistor in. Put the 250 ohm resistor in. That should make a bit of difference. There it is there. 250 ohm, 6.5 watts. So I could stick that one in. That's sure to make a difference. Now, what do I do here now? Do I put it back on its 240 volt, 50 volt tap in? I ought to try somehow and measure my incoming mains, didn't I? Not through the variac. If I had my my little tester here, I could do that quite easily, but I cannot find it. I think I may have stuck it up in the loft. You know what I mean? Is it a Cliff quick test? I don't know what the hell I've done with it. I've lost a couple things actually. I've lost my quick test and I've lost my power supply for my multimeter. And I've lost my multimeter probes, so I think they're all having a party somewhere. I think they've gone on holiday together. Oh yeah, that's pretty bad, isn't it? You put it back to 250, it's a bit kinder to the valves, is that right? Measure mains first. Measure mains first. I mean, we can safely plug this into the mains now, just for me to test that. So we can do that because God, this this is more than safe by now. I know where you're working on it, it's best to have it plugged into the isolation transformer. That's without saying. But for us to test it safely, I can easily rig it up. What am I doing here? There we go. I've got my camera off, camera light off. Let's just pop that one back on. There we go. What did you need in the post? No, Paul, it was you sent me that output valve for this radio. The UL, was it UL41? Yeah, you sent me a UL41, but I found the other day this jiffy bag which has got a complete set of DAC90A valves in it that I actually purchased in 2005. So, yeah, you sent me that and I already had one, Paul, so apologies for that, mate. If you want one back, you know where to come. I have one waiting for you. But no, much appreciated, Paul. So yeah, Paul provided the output valve for this one. And as we've said before, Chris provided us the rewound transformer. Not rewound, rewound. God, dear, oh dear. Tongue twisting time, isn't it, again? Right, let's see if I can hook this up safely and we'll check what mains voltage is coming in with it connected direct to my plug socket. So let's go on there. To there. And on there. As I say, I have got clip leads for this meter, but I cannot find them for the life of me. Okay, so we're going to go straight into the mains with this radio now, which is safe enough to do, but if you're working on it, obviously no touchy. Don't do this. So the mains voltage in deepest, darkest Devon is well, let's turn the meter on first, eh? Okay, it doesn't need to be on, does it, to test the mains voltage, so so there you go. My mains voltage today is 229 wow, 230 volts, look, give or take, yeah? You're not getting a notification, Benji. What of, mate? What are you trying to get notified of? You're waiting on a knackered RP24. That is here, George. I moved it out of the way just now. I don't know, Simon, to be honest. I don't really monitor my voltage. Check your email regarding the bow problem. Right, Tony, thanks for that, mate. So, there we are. So 230 volts. I might as well leave it on the 230 volt tapping, don't I? I don't see any advantage moving it up to the 250. It is moving all the time. Look, that voltage is now up to 231. Look, as we watch it. I think, Harvey, you can set up when you want the notifications to go out, mate, depending on how you're accessing YouTube. What have we got? Let's finish off the Spanky beers. Are Spanky still here or not? But Runaway Brewery, Belgian Pale, Runaway Brewery, Stretford Food Hall, brewed at the Runaway Brewery in Manchester. There you go for all you Manchesters. Spanky beer. There you go. What a trio! Look, speaker, beer, and multimeter. So look, my mains voltage has gone down again now. Look. Oh, that's going. Oh no, up, down. Oh. I don't suppose it matters turning that on, does it? No, it makes no difference. So yeah, I've got to be really careful because I've got mains voltage on the desk here. So you know, I'm messing about, but I am being very careful. So we just leave it on and monitor it for a minute. So the mains connections are back here out the way. You can just see the negative probe there. Look, so it's measuring AC, so you can get a nice little belt off of that. I have got that power block linked up to a circuit breaker though, so one RCD. I've got plug-in RCD on that bank of sockets, so if I was to do that, hopefully that would trip before there was any problem. Sold out. Oh, now you tell me, Spanky. It's a one-off. I could have saved that then. A collab with friends at Stretford Food Hall. So it was made as a one-off, Spanky, was it? It does say Stretford Food Hall on it. Just me and my... Wait. We're down to 228 again now, look. Can I see the goat in the shot? Where is he? Billy, come on. You've been asked for. You've been requested. Here he is. There's old Billy. You up here now, Jess? Oh dear. Here he is. You can look after the bottle opener, look. It's for drinking, or as we call it, St. Retford. 70 watching. Good job. Hopefully you enjoyed the alignment. Let's just turn this off then a minute. I think we could safely say that 230 volts is fine to leave that tapping on. Let's unplug that because, as I say, the neutral is still connected, even with the switch off. So if you have a fault on your neutral, you can still have issues. Still get a nice shock off of it. Unless, of course, you've got a double pole switch, which I haven't. Okay, that's that bit done. We need to get the case now. And this needs to go back in its case to be finished off. Got a little bit of cleaning up inside. There's a bit of dust in there I want to get out. But next we're going to be polishing Bakelite. Hopefully. I was going to try and polish it prior to coming on today, but I only got around in the end to cleaning the case. I haven't polished it. I need to find my Baco Bright. Now, what would I have done with that, Graham? I know we had a good old clean up here with Mr. Cody's, and we put everything in order. So somewhere here, I will have my Baco Bright. You can, of course, use T-cut. Excuse me, because I'm right in the way now, aren't I? I'm right in the way. Let's put the webcam on. Just trying to find my Bakelite polish. It's not something you use very often. So I'm not 100% sure where it is. But I definitely did have it, Paul, didn't I? Paul has seen it. Paul has viewed it. So it's got, it's not there. I can see. Sulfuric. And gel. The gel. Okay. Paul has probably already mentioned where this actually is that I'm looking for now, but Paul probably knows better than me where it is. Is that it in the bottom there? Is that it? Yes! There she is. Polishing paste number 5. So this is supposed to be the product for finishing Bakelite. So I'm going to need to just pop that speaker off again because we've got to get the case back in. So I'm just going to quickly mark which one's green. I don't suppose it matters which way around the speaker is connected, but I like to try and keep it as it was. So this is what they used to use, I believe, for polishing the old telephones. Now I think one of the companies, or one of the what am I trying to say? One of the clubs, I think, has remanufactured this stuff. I'm not sure who it is, but This is paste polishing at number 5. Let's get that light out a little bit. And it's Grey Gate Chemical Products Limited. And this is apparently the stuff that you're supposed to polish Bakelite with. 60 grams. That's supposed to be the business. What? Hey! She's in! About time we tidy that. What? Mrs. Cruncher's in the house. What are you doing? I thought I was hiding up here amongst my mess. Mrs. Radiocruncher. Hey Mark, how are you? Oh, I've got to behave now, look. The boss is in the house. I'm the boss really, but shh, don't tell her. She can't hear. Can she hear me? Can she hear me? No, she can't hear me. Right, let's just pop this. Oh dear. I'm being watched now. I've got to be careful what I do. Right. Let's get this speaker disconnected out of the way because I'm going to need to... This room does need tidying though, Car. This room does need tidying. Right, that's the speaker out the way. Let's move that out the way safely. Take the lap limiter out the way. Oh, surely, can't you hear me as well? No. Grey Gate number 5 is all out. Yeah, shame we can't get Mrs. Cruncher picture in picture, isn't it, really? She wouldn't like that. No likey. There you go, Derek's asking you. Mrs. Radiocruncher, aka Karen. No videos, George. Shocking, isn't it? Shocking. I think we ought to get her to do one, even if it's of the dogs being walked or something. A video of the dogs. You don't need to be in it, Car. You don't need to be in it. Just put a video out there. Just be of the puppies. Right, I'm just going to get this one out of the way a minute. And I'm going to go and get the case from the bathroom. So I'll leave you looking at the lovely tube of Grey Gate number 5. Okay, back in the room. This actually looks worse than I thought it did in the bathroom, actually. So this is going to take a bit of polishing. El Queso. El Casio. As you can see, there's not a bit of shine on that whatsoever. It's really dull. I've cleaned the front grille as well. That's come up really nice. So that'll go back on in a minute. There's a little tiny Little tiny ding in it right in the middle, which is really annoying. But no, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Daniel. Skip? What? What are you talking about? To tidy or clear me out. You'd need a Luton van. You better get it in yours, Paul. Mambo number 5. Yeah, I think Mrs. Cruncher needs to put a video on our channel. Right, this is case number 2. If you remember, we got 2 cases here. The radio that we've got the chassis sorted from at this case, which has got, you can see there's a bit of shine on this, so someone else cleaned this at some stage, and it's got quite a nice grain on it. But the problem with this case is it's got a big crack at the back here, right on the very top. This one hasn't got a crack on the top, but it's got a crack on the bottom. No comments, please. No comments about the crack on the bottom. So you can see that the bottom is pretty shiny on this, but this one's got a crack here. Can you see that? Yeah, you can just about see that. So it runs really from my finger right the way up to there. So don't know whether to drill a little hole there to just stabilise it and stop it going any further. I don't know what your thoughts are on that. I have people have said before that to stabilise these, you've got to really drill a hole to stop it spreading any further. I suppose if you leave it, it could eventually snap and go right across. But that's on the bottom, so it is out of the way. But you can see how dull that is. Look, you compare it to the shine on the bottom. I posted that is dull, really dull. Really, really dull. That side's not too bad, but yeah. So now we've got to try and clean this. So you can see my sweaty hands and marks on it now. So let's get a Phycromiber cloth. Now, as I say, I don't know who manufactures this stuff now, or whether you can still get it even. I don't know if it's a British Vintage Wireless Society or I'm not sure who it was, but it's not even opened yet, this, look. So I bought this specifically for these radios, so... Ooh, it's yellow. That might just be the... whatever solvent it's in, I suppose. Just squirt a bit out. No, it's definitely yellow. It's definitely yellow. Let's get you in a bit closer then, and we'll start giving this a little bit of a polish. I know it's probably boring the hell out of you, but you know, you've got to join me. On your tailor, use 6,000 grit wet and dry after epoxy on the inside and super glue in the crack. Hang on. Raw chicken's fine, Arby. Just you'll spend a bit longer on the toilet tomorrow, mate. He's got a TARDIS van. Running my what? Oh dear. Oh, you can still get Greygate, can you? Oh, well, there you are. So George, let me just go back to what George was saying. So George is saying that he used 600 grit wet and dry after epoxy on the inside and super glue in the crack. So basically you fixed it, George, and then you epoxied. No, you epoxied it first. So you put super glue in the crack, you put epoxy on the inside to stabilize it, and then you actually wet and dried it afterwards. Is that what we were saying? I think that's what it is. But as I say, this is a very yellow colour. I mean, let's squirt a little bit on. It tells you nothing, basically. I assume it's just like tea cut, really. So let's I don't know how much elbow grease I'm going to need to give this. Just turn my soldering iron off. So we'll just do a little bit first to see what it comes up like. It does feel quite grainy. You can see the muck coming off, look. I don't know whether this is dirt, because this case has been, I've had this radio, I must have had this radio 15 years, 10, 15 years. I can feel it sort of getting smoother though. I'm just trying a little test piece here up on the top at the moment. I don't know whether that's colouring coming off of the case, or, as I say, one of the forums I was reading that you can put cherry blossom shoe polish on afterwards, which makes a big difference. That's a good tip though, George. I will have a go at one of these cases. In fact, I'll have a go at both of them. Whew, cool. That made my hand hurt a bit. Let's use a clean bit of the cloth and just buff that out and see what it's like. Wow. I'm sure you can see that is that's a bit of a difference, isn't it? Still got a bit to go though, to be fair. Let's pop a bit more on. It's like bird poo, doesn't it? Bird poo. So anybody's just joined, we're just trying this Greygate paste polishing number 5. Paul has very kindly popped the link in there for me. We've got somebody My dirty videos. Dear, oh dear. Hi, my dirty videos, how are you? Is that some like gardening videos where you're in the mud, or? So I'm just trying this test corner first before I do the whole case, just really to see how much effort I'm going to need to put in and whether it's something that we can get done right now. Shaky, shaky, shaky. £3. Jumped onto a shopping channel. Oh, good one, Harvey. Good one, Spanky, I mean. Okay. Well, it's good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So what we're going to do is I'll do the whole case. I think the general consensus that I've read is you put the chassis back in before you do the inside. But if you look at the inside there, look at the colour in that. You can see there. Look at that. So that's what you can achieve on the top. And I mean, I've only done a little corner there at the moment, but that's a big improvement, isn't it? So what we'll do is we'll give it the once over. I'll clean the case and zoom out a little bit. We'll get it back in because it needs to go back in its chassis, doesn't it? Its chassis needs to go back in the case, I should say. You ought to do it in there, look. You can stand guard like the old goat. What we're saying then, you can use Maguire's like you do on cars. I think the idea after you've done it with polish is to put some other polish on top of it. Greygate used one of my radios to advertise this polish. Never actually asked me. Really, Andrew? That's a bit naughty, isn't it? As I say, this is not sponsored by Greygate. I've had this for years and years, probably since I had this radio. And this is my original radio. This isn't the one that I've just done the chassis on. So I'm just going to carry on polishing. I was hoping to do all this before you join me today, but I know you love to watch a bit of polishing, so it'd be nice to see the transformation of it though, wouldn't it? You can see the grey coming through now, which looks really nice. As I say, this is only plastic, this is nothing fancy. These are Bakelite radios, which is hard-baked plastic, I believe. I don't know if anyone knows the story of Bakelite, but oh dear, I tell you what, the goat's trying to bite the cloth now. Get back, bad toad. He's in a cave. Goat's found his home. I think we need to make sure that we polish all the way around the dial glass, because that isn't going to be polished once it goes back on, because that is really fragile. I'll show you what I've done to that in a minute. I've managed to get that clean. Very scary stuff that is, because you can actually totally ruin one of those dial glasses by cleaning it. I wouldn't recommend cleaning it. If anyone fancies doing it, it's up to you, but oh dear, gotta have some elbow grease for that, haven't you? It's coming up nice though. I haven't even polished it off yet. Let's just let me get my iPad up over here. I can view the chat while I'm doing this. Then it's going to take me 20 minutes or so, I expect, to get this cleaned. Let's find Sunday Live, view on watch page. Cheers everybody anyway. Yeah, Harvey, did you get the model number then of that my overhead camera, the Elmo MX-P? There we go. I can see the chat now. Here we go. Here we go. Mrs. Cruncher's disappeared off again. You never know when she's going to pop up, do you? Just never know. Always keeps us on our toes. Let's put another bit more on here. He is helping, isn't he? Got to be involved, isn't he, the old goat? I've already cleaned this, Luigi. This has been thoroughly cleaned earlier, so it's been drying off in the bathroom. It does say you're not supposed to use any solvents on it whatsoever. Bakelite. Well, I'm assuming this has just taken a very fine layer off the top of this. I don't know, is Sean still here? Where's Sean gone to? Yes, Spanky, it is 300 quid, mate. It ain't cheap. As I say, all this kit for live streaming is thousands of pounds. But, you know, for you guys, it's worth the outlay. To put on a decent show, isn't it? So all your donations that you make on the live chats, on the super chats even, live chats. Oh, goat, no, 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 stay with me. All helped towards kit like that. Oh, wow. Whoa, steady on, Ninja. You got lightning up there, have you? Oh, there you go. That's only, what, 5-10 minutes? Look at that already. What do you think? That's a big improvement, isn't it? You could probably do with a bit more, but, you know, how long do you want to watch me polishing a radio for? Yeah, thanks, Paul. All goes to help run the channel. And I'm always looking to try and improve the audio and the picture quality and all the rest of it, frame rates, and it's an ongoing process, really. But I've pretty much spent out setting it all up to start with, really. It's really surprising how much, and not being sponsored or anything, it's obviously all come out of my own pocket, which don't tell Mrs. Cruncher, she's not, is she still there? Is she there? Let's swap to the other camera. Oh no, I don't want to do that. The main camera. No, main cam. Right, webcam, picture in picture. There we are. So I can look at you now while I'm and read that as well at the same time. There we are. Waterside decal application. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, Tony, to be honest. I would say though it works better with a color laser printer. I use one on the laser printer, and it's I think if you don't use a laser printer, you've got to have something to actually fix the ink, if you know what I mean, because obviously inkjet will bleed, whereas laser doesn't. Laser's almost sort of baked on there, isn't it? So I'm still going. The top's pretty good. I can get it better with a bit more elbow grease. What I want to make sure is that I've got the area around the dial glass all done. I'm going to need to move to another bit of another bit of cloth here now. Bakelite was invented in 1907 in the city you live in. Whoa. I think that's pretty much got that edge yet. I can feel how rough this is. I don't know what's happened to this. I think it's just dust has got impregnated into it. I think Mrs. Cruncher's eating her tea now, actually. I can hear knives and forks moving about. Does it smell? It's yellow. It does. It doesn't smell particularly nice. It's got a graininess to it. Yeah, it's obviously got some sort of ceramic in it, I think, to just bite into the Bakelite. It just smells like polish, I suppose. It's not pungent. I think they say to give it a final polish, because as you're handling the case, you're getting the sweat and that off your skin back into the Bakelite, and it does soak up stuff like that. It will work, Tony, but you need to really read the instructions on it, because it's fairly specific, I think, on what you should and shouldn't do with the inkjet stuff. I think mine is laser. In fact, I know it's laser water jet. It does come with instructions though, Tony, so. But I think you've got to fix it with something. I think they recommend something that you can use to fix it. It's like blooming polishing dial plates, isn't it? We shouldn't have had a tool to do that, really. I don't know whether this is just general grime or whether it is sort of slightly decomposing. I don't know what happens to Bakelite when it gets old. Oi, Paul! It's a year's worth. Thank you very much, Paul. Your help's always appreciated, mate. Really is. All of you. There's a lot of people can contribute to the channel, which is great stuff. Keeps me motivated to keep going, really. Just say it's a big old chunk out of my Sunday, really, when Mrs. Cruncher's got the day off, but I think she actually likes the peace and quiet for the day. Okay, it's coming on, it's coming on. Let's get the rim done. You can't type over this stuff on your desk. If you've got it all on your desk, George. Is there any mystery radios there, George? Because it looked like there's a couple, or a Volve radio on top of it all. And I wonder what the mystery, almost looked like leatherette cased one was. It was mainly Roberts and Hackers, wasn't it? So areas like this around the speaker and that you're not going to be able to do once the case is back on. Oh, sorry, once the chassis is back in, so you need to really pay attention to that. So I can feel my sweaty hands all over it. I think what I'll do actually is I'm going to put some gloves on. Hands off the mystery radio, it's yours. How do you know it's yours, Paul? I want the mystery radio. Well, Tony, you are welcome, mate, to send it to me, and I'll print it out on some water slide paper, which anybody that buys any laser water jet paper, it's like a £5 a sheet. It's like mega money. So if you want to send me the artwork, Tony, I'll happily print it out for you, mate. You've been good to me, mate. A lawyer, a layer, liquor, Volve. The mystery radio is a special non-British. Yeah, but that's cheating, Paul. I need to know these things. It's on a need-to-know basis. Okay, so I've got the old dumb gloves on now, look. Really, that's to stop my sweat going back into it, because obviously where I've been handling it up here, I can see already that it's going dull again. So I think once this is done, it needs some sort of wax on it to seal it back in. Anybody got any ideas as to what to wax it with? I suppose proper furniture wax is the way to go. I did have some lovely beeswax spray, but I think it's all gone. Used it on too many radios, I think. Right, onto the side. It's a Mitsubishi. No, I'm an expert on those, Paul. I've taken those apart dozens of times. In fact, Tony's not in today, is he? But Tony's very kindly said I can keep that one. I don't know why. He might have he might have seen my dilemma with the thing. To ask Mrs. Cruncher if we've got any polish downstairs I can put on this. She back? Hey, Resonator! How you doing? All the bits are in Resonator to do the valve tester, mate. I was going to have a quick look at that today, but I'm polishing cases instead at the moment. Bakelite polishing. Tell you what, this cloth is absolutely filthy. Look at the state of that. Put me back into it, George. I am. My living hands hurting now. I'll send it up to you, George. Oh, God, dear. I'll send it on up. A tube of Grey Gate and a case to polish. Can be your week's work. Polish the case. I'll tell you what, you could spend a week polishing this if you really wanted to go over the top with it. The bottom is already pretty shiny, so we want to see the bottom, so I don't think we're going to need to bother polishing its bottom, do you? I'm trying to use one side for applying the muck and one side for polishing. I'm going to go over the top again because that's the bit that gets the most scrutiny. Right, let's give it another once over on the front. It's funny watching my head bobbing up and down, I suppose, isn't it? No comments on that, please. Yeah, if I get the same shine on the top as I've got on the bottom there, that would be lovely. Well, I'll tell you what, I should have done a before and after picture of this because it's quite a transformation, I can tell you. Just looking at it here, I've not even polished it yet. Quick go around the orifice again. I set myself up for these things, don't I? Tell you what, I've got a sweat on there. You fit the heat shield in yours above where the dropper is, Paul, did you? Welcome back, Sean. Sean, what did you polish your Bakelite with, mate? Right. I think that's enough elbow grease for one day for me. Let's get it polished then. The goat's had enough, he's jumped out. Whoa, look at that. I have got a sweat on here, people. I have got sweat dripping off my head here. Okay, towards the polishing pad. Cheers, Tony. I am knackered, mate. Don't let Mrs. Cruncher see me. She want me to do the tables and all else. Whew, wow. That's a job and a half, that is. As I say, I'm sure if I spent another hour or two on it, I could get it really spanking, but it's pretty good, to be fair. Pretty good. A polishing pad, Tony. I will have to get one, mate. Mrs. Cruncher, have you got any wax? Mrs. Cruncher. Come in, Mrs. Cruncher. Mrs. C. Wow, what do you think? Is that a bit of an improvement on before? And well, what's that taking me? 20 minutes? 15 minutes? As I say, the top could do with a little bit more, but that's certainly enough for me to get the chassis back in for now. Very good, isn't it? Sean, I use this polish and paste at number 5, Greygate. Paul popped a link to it in the video earlier. You can see it better on there. Polish and paste number 5, not Mambo number 5. Polish and paste number 5. Rubbers next. Yeah, I've got the rubbers, Sean. I've done that. Wow, that is a hell of a change. I've got all this polishing paste all over my desk now, so I'm going to need to find my wet wipes. Get rid of all that, because that is just going to scratch everything to pieces. It's very fine, like sand everywhere now. So there's obviously got some sort of abrasive in it. Hi Jeff, how are you? Liquid Brasso. Goat's tired, he fell over. He fell over. He's gonna need new batteries soon, the poor old goat. He works overtime. He's been working overtime today. So there we are, that's our Greygate polishing paste number 5. For those of you that were asking, that's the stuff. Baby wipes for the cutting board. Right, about time we shifted our butts and got this radio back together, I think. Just got to wipe out the inside of the case a minute, because it's got a lot of the sandy stuff inside it. I have actually washed this case this morning. You wouldn't think so, seeing in some of the corners here. It's looking good. Certainly is, isn't it? Compared to what it looked like just now. Shiny, shiny. And I'm going to keep the gloves on. So I need to fix the speaker back in. And I need to be really careful now because I've got a spotlessly shiny radio on my case. Now I know why they say reassemble it first before you clean it. But you know, let's put some of this blue roll down just to protect it while I'm. Okay, still can see some muck in there around the dial glass. I'm going to get that out. Time to slow down. I'm not rushing, Sean. I ain't Russian, mate. I'm Devon. English, not Russian. God, I'll tell you, these wet wipes stink. So I'm just clearing around the channel for the dial glass now. I mentioned the dial glass. So what I did is I kept the dial glass out of the original radio. So as it's properly, properly so as it's the same as the one that would have been fitted to the chassis originally. So this is the other dial face is totally different to this. Look, I think there's 3 or 4 different dial glasses on this one. So the bottom one is the one that was fitted in this case originally. The top one is the one that is from this chassis. So that's coming up in a minute, and I did, as I say, I did very, very carefully clean that earlier. Right, so where's my grill. Now I've got to make sure this is the right way up, because you don't want to be seeing into the grill. I believe it's that way, with the mesh going facing down. Yeah, so it's that way up. If you get this the wrong way up, you can see the speaker through the grill, which looks shocking. You know, it doesn't look very nice at all. What's that? The speaker. Let's give the speaker a wipe off as well. It's not dusty on the front, but so that sits in there. Ow. Oh, bang me elbow on the wobulator. Bang me elbow on the wobulator. I just need to make sure that's dead square, which it is actually. That was a good guess, Graham. Here we are. We'll need another drink, I think. This is scary stuff. Just doing some more cleaning in a minute while I see it. Okay, right. Speaker. The speaker is held in by 4 brackets. You can't really see what I'm doing here, can you? But you will be able to when I get over this side. So basically, it's a bracket goes like that, with a screw and a star washer. Cheers, Brat. It's exciting stuff, isn't it? Seeing it going back together after everything that's been done to the poor old thing. But we've got a really usable radio now. I just need to hook it up to my Spitfire transmitter or my Valve transmitter. And away we go. So again, I think it's important with Bakelite, you've got a lot of fixings that are actually in this, and these speaker fittings haven't got brass ferrules like the other fixings. So these are literally tapped into the Bakelite, so need to be really careful that I don't over tighten these. Bakelite is pretty hard, but it is also quite brittle. If you over tighten it, you'll crack it, and that would be pretty devastating at this stage, wouldn't it? After all my effort. And Chris's, I mean, Chris must have put a week's worth into that output transformer. It was a lot of work and very much appreciated. I do keep banging on about it, but it was a hell of a thing to do for me. I did notice, Chris, that you've got some more, another video. In fact, you've got two that I haven't seen now. One, I think, is a follow-up to your SIG-Gen, was it? The Nixie tube one? I don't think I've seen the second part of that yet. So I'm just very carefully snugging these up. I don't want to go too far. Right, that's in. Let's have a look at the front now. Oh, it's beginning to look like a DAC90A now, isn't it? Look at that. Whoa. Looking good. Right, back down on his bum. You should be able to see in there just, I think. I can't get the camera up any higher, I don't think. I think I'm on maximum tilt on that. Oh, I can get this one on though, couldn't I? Could get the old Elmo in there for you. Maybe that's a bit maybe that's a bit close, would you say? That's a bit close. So I'm doing the dial glass now. I'm going to get it a bit of a funny angle because there we go. Hopefully you can see that. A big chunk. Hi, Bill Battery Maker. How you doing, mate? Celestian speaker, mate. Celestian. There you go. Celestian. So here's my dial glass. Very fragile. Now, Sean very kindly sent me a couple bits of dial glass rubber. So I've combined one of Sean's with one of mine and come up with two half decent ones. I do need to quickly pop and just give these a wash off because they're filthy, so bear with me. Bear with me, that's not a particularly good view, is it? Let's stick you back on the main cam then for a minute. I know it looks dark, but it is it is bakelite. So yeah, I'm just going to pop in the bathroom and give these rubber channels a quick wash out because they are a bit grubby. There's no point skimping on it at this stage. Let's have another mouthful of my dinner, although I can smell my tea. It's so dark everywhere, isn't it? So I'm going to just use some hot water and some hand soap for these. The hot water should soften them up a bit. Cool, that is hot water. Just use a bit of hand soap to clean them. So you don't want to put Sean's rubber back on without cleaning it off first, Sean, do we? There's much hilarity when we were talking about Sean's rubbers the other day. Excuse me. If anybody knows the source of this rubber, I am going to need some more for the other radio. So we'll get the other one going as well, although I've got a horrible feeling that the output transformer's gone in that one. I think it's open circuit on that one. The other one was reading mega ohms, but I think this one is not reading anything on the primary, so I have got the wires connected to it still, so just going to try it. Let's get this one finished first. Yeah, they're pretty supple, those two. It's the best of the bunch, really. So I've robbed one of Sean's rubbers and one from the other radio to make two good ones. Excuse me. What happens is the dropper resistor is so hot, it's all the hot heat comes out the top of the case, and the rubbers get very dry. So there we are. Two nice rubbers. Got to dry them. Right, just drying out the rubber channels. Okay. So let's switch back to the overhead camera. I mean, incidentally, this, I don't know if you can see that on the back or not. With the light. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that or not. It says DAC90A Copenhagen on the back. So whether that's a specific display, I don't know what the other one says. Let me see what the other one says on the back. That one doesn't say anything. So whether it means that the Copenhagen's on the scale of this one. So I need to put both channels on. Sounds like we've got the tally, doesn't it? Oh dear. Probably find I got it upside down now. No, it's the right way up. Let's make sure it's in the channel properly. Yep, there we are. Now we've got some weird setup now. We've got these retainer clips, and I think they go in that way. shanks here. Can't quite see what I'm doing, can you? Let's just zoom out a little bit further. There you go. See, I'm just putting these little brackets that retain the glass on. Yeah. So yes, Sean, thanks for your used rubber, mate. That's proved very useful. So again, this don't want to be murdered up tight because you've got glass and you've got Bakelite. So we do not want to be over tightening these. There we are. So oh, it's brand new. It looks brand new. Look at that. So say I've polished the glass. Are you going to the NVCF or Retrotech as they're calling it now, I think, aren't they? Retrotech is the new name for the NVCF, I believe. That's what they say. That's what the big boys say. You liking the looks of that, Sean? That looks a beauty, doesn't it? As I say, lots of people have been involved in getting this radio back together, including Sean, Paul, Chris. Or am I going? Yes, definitely going. I've already inquired. I've already pre-booked the room, Chris. B&B that I've used the last couple of years. Okay. Right, let me think, is it chassis time? Just being very careful with this now. I've got to do a bit of cleaning on this a minute. There's no way I'm going to put this back dirty like it was. I have obviously already cleaned up quite a lot of it. Let's just bend that tab back over for the dial glass, or what, not dial glass, the lamp. Just stops it coming back out. Needle's looking okay. Our lovely new dial cord, which was a nightmare last week. Done. So yeah, there's a couple bits of the chassis that's still a bit murky, so I'm just going to quickly go over with one of these wet wipes and just get the worst of it off. As I say, I have cleaned most of it anyway, but not all of it. Not that you can see any of this really, but you know. can certainly see all this bit when you open the back up. What's missing, Derek? Thank you, Mahider. Didn't see you there, mate. Yeah, did you hear what I said about the other transformer, Chris? We'll have a look at that one in a minute. Transformer was brilliant, though, to be fair. I mean, it's to be able to do something like that, to bring a radio back to life is mind-blowing. I couldn't do it. I mean, yeah, I suppose if I had the gear, I might be able to cobble something up, but Chris has obviously got a really good engineering background, and he's put that together, and I had the benefit of it, I suppose, which was really, really appreciated. So we've all got shares in this radio, really. All the guys that have put in super chats, you all contributed to the bits and pieces that I've bought and used for this radio. All the wire, all the capacitors. Okay, that's looking good. So tuning the frame area is a bit manky. Hey Ninja and George, thank you very much. It's the community DAC90A. Okay, that's looking a bit nicer. Let's just get in there and careful don't knock that blooming dial cord off. Mind you, as I say, I'm quite experienced in DAC90A dial cords now. Right, let's get the knobs off. What we're doing, the 4mm. Need to pop the soldering iron on because I need to connect the speaker wires back up. Mustn't forget the speaker wires. Hopefully I've left them long enough. I must admit, I've enjoyed doing this radio. It's been a pretty in-depth restoration, which I like. I like to get my teeth into something. I do like repairing stuff, but at the end of the day, the work involved in a restoration is far different than just repairing a radio. Oh, I nearly knocked my glass off then. Got the shakes today. Oh, Christ. can't really see what I'm doing in here, I don't think, because it's a bit stuck in the back of the radio here. I've got stuff everywhere on the bench here as well. I really need to clear up if we're going to do anything else. But can't see what that's. I'm making this look awkward, aren't I? For some reason, I don't know why. Not happy with that. It needs to go in that slot. It's better. There. Speaker connected. Pull these wires out so they don't get jammed up anywhere. Where's that one going? Put over there. Right, now I've got to find the screws. That could be difficult. Where's my screws and that gone? In there? Nope. Hey, my dirty videos is back. Hey. Right, let's get the two chassis securing screws. Well, that was the contribution was for the amount of rubbing, George, was it? So we're very careful again screwing these in. Everything's fine, yeah, nothing's touching. Good to go. Right, knobbage. Let's get the knobs back on. So this one is the tune-in. Tune. So you can't see this, people, but I've got shaky hands today. Why have I got shaky hands? Because I'm scared. I'm scared of the radio. Again, I'm being very careful not to over tighten anything here. So basically, the you got a hole hole here and here, so you can reach through and screw the knobs back on. As I say, the newer type knobs are these, and these have got like a D-clip on the end. So the newer ones are just push on, and they've got this little bezel around. Totally different, really. So I wonder what one of these radios would have cost back in the day. Was it an affordable set? Was it for like the rich and famous? Who would have owned a set like this? Sound like Through the Keyhole, don't I? Who would live here? Excuse me, I've got to get up with this one. Thank you, Sean. Good man. Oh, I'm there. I'm here. Sean, cheers, mate. Good stuff. Original cost is stated in the service sheet. Is it really? In the trader sheet? It's not in the Bush one, but it is on the trader sheet. So original price then, in brown, was £12, 1 shilling and 8 pence. £12, 1 shilling and 8 pence in 1950. So anybody got an inflation calculator there? Anybody on the inflation calc? Right, so the last one is this one. If we're done with that, it was here a second ago. Here we are. A week's wages, probably more than that, I expect. No. God, I can't see anything here. What's going on with that light? There. God, it's a little bit in a dark hole, that one. Screwdriver's not long enough. What's going on there? Must have done it with that one then. Let's say I've got to take the plug off to get the back panel back on. £414, Tony. Whoa! Bargain. I'll have two. Let's quickly pop this plug back off then. Boing. I did replace the fuse in this. It was a 13 amp in it originally, so I popped a 3 amp back in, and I did tin the ends of the leads as well. Belt and braces job and all that, you know. To Give that one a bit of a wipe over, it's a bit dusty. Let's do that before we go to the trouble of putting it all back together. Let's get the dust off of this. As you can see, it's pretty dusty. This back panel's actually in really good nick. Both of these radios have got really good back panels on them. I'm not sure which back panel goes with which radio now, but they're both the same, so don't really matter. There we go. Happy with that. Let's hope my my thing lines up there really. Oh, just lines up. Right. I'm still keeping my gloves on because I do not want to get this Bakelite mucky again. Aviemoore's FM's playing up something rotten. Been faffing all afternoon. Can't be much, to be honest. Aviemoore's pretty good. Unless there's problems up your way, Jeff, with the signal because of the storms, maybe? Yeah, see the thread's gone in that one. So we need to pop a little tiny bit of wood in there just to help that one bite. Do with that one being turned around a little bit. Just doing this on its front now. A bit scary, but you know, got to be done. Right, I've got a couple of screws loose. Oh, I know, I left them in the back of the other radio, didn't I? What's them back stews you using? What them back stews? What, Sean? Back screws. These are the ones that came out originally, Sean. They're just round head machine screws. Let's say the thread's gone in that top one, I think. Let's try it again. What's this way up? PTFE tape for that poor thread. Could do, George. I don't think I've got any PTFE here though. Let me just double check that it's oh no, it's biting. It's biting, so one of those screws must just be a little bit shorter than all the others. Right, we're nearly there. We're nearly ready for the finale. Just need to wire the plug up again. How are we doing on the chat? So, medium one says lovely, but FM is scratchy and noisy. It's not the signal. You've tried FM on another radio, Jeff, have you? So I think FM on those, in fact, most of the stuff on those is done through an IC, isn't it? I haven't got having more diagram to hand. So just doing the plug again. This modern wire has got powder inside the sheathing for some reason. I suppose it stops the wire sticking inside the sheathing, I suppose. Got to say, this brown plug does finish it off really nice. I'm pleased. I know it cost a bit of money, but I'm pleased that I bought this. I think it was £7, something like that, for just the plug. So yeah, look at that. Good match that. As I say, once I get some brown braided cable as well, that's going to be the dogs. Right, let me get some cleared down then, and we'll have a final go over the radio. Give it a final whirl. Still with you, people. I'm still here. French chocolate, I don't know. It has got like a powdery stuff inside. Oh, you had to re-tap the Bakelite on some of yours, did you, and fit new screws? Thanks, Luigi. It is a beauty, isn't it? Let's go back to me, so you can't see the final result. Look. While I clear up everything, we'll get everything out of the way. Can have a good close-up all over the radio then. I say I didn't put the 2-pin plug back in, but I will at some stage. As I say, I've got to open it up again when the new cable arrives. I'll show you what that looks like as well when I do it. Get the goat ready. Goat wants to be involved. It's my number 5 polish, which has worked really well. I think it would be worth me spending a bit more time cleaning that. I've got a mixture of computer screws here and radio screws. I'll do with that then. Hey! Thanks, Victor. I nearly missed that in my cleaning up expedition here. The mega clean. The mega clean. Read out the super chat in a Northern Ireland accent. But my Northern Ireland accent will come out probably Pakistani, I would think, something like that, to be honest. Hey, Brett. Cheers, thank you. Can I get these gloves off yet? Probably not, because I'm still going to be touching this radio. Okay. Thank you, Brett. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciated. Right, I'm going to take the gloves off because they're making my hands sweat. Yuck. A final polish. Oh, this radio looks amazing, I'll tell you. It looks amazing. It looks amazing. Right then, let's have a look. Let's brighten that up a little bit. Let's get my iPad out the way. Oh. Boop, boop. Okay. Are we ready to see it? You just upped your capacitors in the Commodore 64. You can have a look at my Commodore 64 in a minute then, Brett. Okay, are we ready, people, for the final viewing? Let's plug it directly into the mains now. No flash or bang so far. Here we go then. Wow, about that. I think I'm a bit too much in that shot for my liking. Whee. Should we turn it on? There's no point dimming the lights so we can see the display, is there? No point dimming the lights. Look at that.
With the rest of the world, because we've had to go back. And we've now got a national side. I'm not a fan of the FA at times, but you have to give credit where credit's due. They've built a centre at St George's that's now produced a group of teams that have won the youth.
Am I back? Is he back in the room? It says I'm streaming. I'm alive. I'm alive. Dear, oh dear. Let me sort myself out now. What is going on? Rural Devon. So you need to let me know if I'm live again. You can see me. Yay! We're back. We're back. Should I dare turn the radio on again, or do you think I'll take the whole town out again? Oh, thanks for hanging on, everybody. Apologies for that. Out of my hands. It may well happen again. I think because we're rural, I think they got problems with some of the insulators on the power lines or the transformers, and when it's really, really wet, damp gets in, and they just short. So they've got to then transfer us onto another network or something. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but that's what I got told last time anyway. No, what? What? Cheers, I need a beer after that. God, Christ, I really thought that I'd actually taken the house out on the on the thing. What am I going on about now? On the circuit breaker. I thought the circuit breaker had gone and this radio had tripped it out. Obviously not, luckily. So where were we? We were actually firing up the radio, weren't we? And I've lost lots of stuff off on my feed here, so you'll have to bear with me. But let's get back to viewing this radio. If the power goes again now, ugh. Oh, that wouldn't be good, would it? So, it's coming on again, hopefully. Paul, I've been sat down in the lounge in the dark, mate, with a torch.
Northeast of Scotland this evening with severe gales and heavy rain slowly easing. This will leave a cold night with clear spells and showers across the UK. England's skidders have drawn their one-day...
Funny, it seems that Radio Devon's gone off air as well. Long away, 1500 I think is.
Riding club to help me get back into practice. Maybe try some betting.
Fair water money and time, isn't it?
Thing is, really, if I do compete, I don't want to make a fool of myself.
No, I'm not saying that. Just that if not sometime in the not too distant future, we might have other priorities.
Has any ideas yet? The standard naming?
Are Adam and Ian choosing the readings?
They've asked for suggestions and things that mean something to them.
Here we go, boy.
I'm leaning towards Oh, the Places We Go.
The Dr. Seuss thing?
Yes, I think it's brilliant. Makes you think of all the possibilities Andy's got ahead of them.
Yeah.
It does go on a bit though.
It's your choice, Alice. You'll be doing it.
No, it's a joint reading.
Is it?
Archers. I think it's the Archers.
Okay. Well, I'll have a think, see if I can come up with anything.
So I've had to turn the main light off because it's interfering with it.
I'm just saying.
You don't have to keep going on about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Hey! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Don't be silly, Banjo. Is he alright?
Yeah.
What was that for? Touching your foot away?
That's all right. Hey, just a touch restless. Must be picking up the vibe.
I'm not going to tell Doug I haven't achieved anything in the past yet. I wouldn't advise that. It's simply that when I sit down and compare client lists...
Yeah, fine, Andy.
Especially for the dairy herd health package. What, you haven't been pulling your weight? I've managed to sign up Baxter's Inedible and the 400 pound near Waterloo Cross.
It's picking up Radio 4 quite well, actually.
Yes, 2. Doesn't sound very good, does it? Well, that's for Doug Lovell to say. It's none of my business. You boys.
So I think you can go back to being a fan, but I think your dad is good.
Seems to work better that way round.
Be looking to where he is now. So why shouldn't he be looking to get in this?
Of course, the aerial's here, isn't it, on this side? Put this one over here.
Absoluta normalidad respecto a su figura cuando ha llegado el autoridad del Fútbol Club Barcelona en un escenario de Estadio Media Madrid que prácticamente se va a llenar con más de 50.000 espectadores. Apenas quedaban esta tarde algunas de las entradas más caras que alcanzan un precio de hasta 185 euros. El árbitro va a ser Sánchez Martínez de Murcia.
voy graduado y eso. Le ha ocurrido en una salida en contra, porque el Sevilla había atacado con mucha gente en la acción anterior, deciden mal en el ataque.
Might be my phone messing with it. Smelling nice and hot now.
I know, but don't you think for us to do well, you little don't give me hello.
Nearly done, Banjo.
Look, I don't mean to go on about it.
No, it's fine.
It's only because we were talking about the naming thing, you know.
Really, it's fine, Chris, I get it.
I don't want to be one of those blokes always banging on.
I know. One day.
Yeah.
When it's right for both of us.
Of course. No worries.
Yeah, when it does happen, we'll make it great, Dad.
Don't know what you're talking about. Subject's closed. Right. That's you done, Banjo.
Was it difficult at all, was he?
Easy.
The woman I bought him from said he'd be very suspicious of strangers.
Well, I do know what I'm doing with a horse.
That's the best barrier I've ever
Well, there we are.
For a quick run along Hayden Brook, do you mind? And round the word and back by the arm. Still in a bit now, okay?
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Back, back on the main camera.
Give me a ring when you're nearly back. I'll come pick you up.
Oh, is that all right?
Yeah, I'll only be messing around with my accounts while you're out.
Oh, that'd be great.
As you can hear, it's getting a lot of interference.
Do you think your mum would mind if I drop in on that?
Oh, no, she said we're up to lunch.
I'll take it up on that.
But be careful if you do. Don't say a word. No, I'm serious, Chris. It made me promise I'd keep it under wraps.
I'm not going to say anything to your parents about her being pregnant.
Good.
So,
Oh, I know.
I'm trying to get the light out of the shot now. There we go. There we are.
Being a mother.
So she was good at it in her own wedding.
Wrong button. There's that one there.
This doesn't involve staying on the same continent as your children.
Well, it's that sort of youth past experience with this time.
Roy Lucas Jacob. What have those two got in common?
Beats me.
That's what I keep thinking about.
Hmm?
I know your sister's made up to be having another baby, but Jacob? I wonder how he took it.
That's a famous Archers theme tune for all you Archers lovers.
Sam will be back in Ambridge at 7 tomorrow night. Who knows what Robert and Linda will be up to, but Johnny loses his cool. Now, on Radio 4, a bold new satirical soundscape.
There we go. She's working, people. It'd be interesting to take it downstairs and try it, to be fair, because reception is much better down there. There's a lot less electronic bits and pieces. All this computer stuff and that to run the live stream is really does take its toll on it. What's it doing? What's happening with this light? Let's stick it there. That's better. Less glare. Right, let's catch up with a chat then. Yeah, rain on dusty insulators causes corona and trips of supply. It does happen out here, Wenlock. And welcome, by the way, Wenlock. Is it, what we're saying there, Spanky? Something like Devonair? Are those bulbs I linked to? Are those the bulbs I linked to? Yes, Paul, they are. I did show them just now. It was these. The RS. So thank you very much for that. I did. What was Spanky? No Radio Devon, no loss. What are you saying, Spanky? What's the matter with Radio Devon? What we buying? What we bidding for now? £12.50. What for? What's the current draw? 6 million volt amps. Could be, George. Could be, mate. £13 too. Devonair, no, that went ages ago. I think Hart took over from Devonair, Spanky. £13 and a packet of spearmint gums. Next week's giveaway sorted. Honda 25 kilowatt, 2,500. I've got a generator in the shed actually, so if we had got really a long one, then I would have fired them up. Yeah, the lights are pretty dim on it. I need to swap that resistor out. So when the power cable comes from China, I will swap that resistor out as well, and we'll have a decent light display in it, hopefully. That's better. It's looking a bit light, a bit dark. That's better. That's more like the proper color. Is there a turntable mod for it? No, there isn't actually. I have got a turntable here somewhere. I should have just put that on then, shouldn't I? I shouldn't have said nothing. It's no good to it works. It didn't work though, did it? Hi Simon. Yeah, it is a beauty, isn't it? It is looking really really good. It didn't take much to shine that up either, did it? It didn't take much to shine that up at all. $24 used size 8 house slippers and a bonus, a new nail clipper. What is this in exchange for the radio, Sean? So Victor's saying I can do a bulb upgrade, helps quite a bit. Yeah, you'll have to email that over then, Victor. I think I think Tony, Fat Tony, has sent me an email about bulb upgrade as well. I think it was Tony. These are the correct bulbs, Simon. These are the actual correct bulbs. Amazingly enough. It's took a lot of work, Spanky, to be fair, but yeah, I am well chuffed that I've managed to do that. Not on my own by any means, because you guys have all helped in various ways with hints and tips as I've been doing it, and parts and everything. But you want to see the thing lit up in complete darkness, do you, Luigi? Let's fire it up there for you, and we'll stick it in complete darkness so you can get the full effect of the amazing light show. This is a 90A as well, Simon. She ought to like it, didn't she, really, Paul? 200 watt rough service. Right, okay, here goes then. For you, Luigi, we're going to go with the dim bulb. The dim bulb exercise. Are we ready? Let's just brighten up the... Ooh. That's bringing the camera aperture wide open. How's that? To be honest, I mean, sat here just looking at it now, that's not too bad. If you're in pitch black, I can read that perfectly easy. Let me see if I can get the webcam to give you a better idea of what it actually looks like. Let's get a picture-in-picture off. Anyway, is that enough? Is that enough nighttime vision? How bright was that then? So in the dark, if you were watching that radio in the dark, it would be fine. No issues. No issues whatsoever. No problems at all. So you can see it, to be fair, but you really do need the lights actually turned off to do it. I think if I was able to get some different coloured lens for that thing, not lens, what am I talking about? So I messed with the aperture of the video camera, so that's more of a true colour, a bit lighter. It smells quite nice, that polish on it.
People were coming up with this ridiculous assertion that we're going to read them up. 17, 18, 19 shots.
Has a great chance of taking Derby up. And the reason I say that is because
well, there we are, people, anyway. There we are. So we got a few more people viewing now anyway, which is good. You have a few more viewers, but I've left it a bit late really to get the valve tester out for a play. Just going to have a quick look at my computer I'm working on very quickly. Let's push that one back to one side a minute, because I have got this thing in bits at the moment for all of you computer lovers. Commodore. Old Commodore 64. It's got some very strange brown markings around the badge there. I don't know whether someone's tried to retro-bright it before and cocked it up, I don't know, but I've actually put this through the dishwasher and it's come up a bit nicer because it was smelling really, really musty. So that's all clean. I think Brett's gone now, isn't he? But I've also got the keyboard in pieces. This is the underside of the keyboard, so I've cleaned that with IPA. I've also put some new connectors in for the caps lock when that goes back together. Mitsumi made good keyboards back in the day, made in Malaysia. So this was the one that you picked me up, George. Let's just short myself out, make sure I've got no static in me. And that's the main board. So I know Brett said he was working on one of these, but he's gone there, isn't he? But I'm in the process of putting the keyboard back together, but I've got some issues with the springs. I believe Spanky has very kindly offered to help me out with some springs. I'm sure we've got a deal coming on, Spanky, if you're still there. There he is. Yeah. So Bush modified the resistor and the bulbs, Paul. What have they done to the bulbs then? Because these are supposed to be the original bulbs now, aren't they? Yeah. The scale lamp shunt is 75 ohms in the newer sets. I think it's 250 ohms in the older ones. Yeah, 250 in the older ones, but the bulbs are still showing as the same values, I believe. Yeah, I can't see the info on the bulbs here, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 3.5 volts, 0.15 amps. That's on both versions. So I don't know what you mean by the dial lamps, Paul, but certainly they changed the shunt resistor. One less viewer. Oh, why is that? Yeah, so as I say, this is an old Commodore computer I've been working on. And the issue I have at the moment is the keyboard keys. The keyboard springs, actually. And this is all the ones that are actually had it. I reckon there's got to be a good 30 there. Must be. It's got to be a good 30 there. Look at the state of those. And they've actually rusted where it was rested on the actual keyboard. I mean, look at the state of that. And that's the keyboard, the bass bar one, which is taller than all the rest. That's probably salvageable. But I don't know how many there is here. Let's have a look. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35. 35, Spanky. 35. And this this bar's pretty far gone as well, but I reckon I can just sand that out because it's quite thick material. So I think I'll be all right with the space bar. So I've forgotten how many I said then. Was it 35, Spanky? 35. Yes. Glad you're paying attention. That's a lot of springs, isn't it? And I mean, the ones inside the box are the ones that I can salvage. I don't know how many keys there are on a keyboard, and these were soaking for about a week in WD-40, and the only ones I was able to save are the ones in there. Some of those are a little bit ropey, but they're all usable. So 35, Spanky, and you need to get that R707 chassis down to me as well to have a look at for you. Yuck. Yeah, so that's the keyboard dilemma that I'm in at the moment. Paul, Gary, put them in a jar of vinegar for a couple hours. Literally, it's wrecked the metal, Gary. It's gone through the metal. There's virtually no metal left on some of them. I've tried bending them, and one of them snapped off, and yeah, they've lost their springiness. There's no vinegar that will get rid of that. But Spanky's very kindly offered to send me some, so yeah, Luigi, it's sad to see the transmitter disappearing. We got next to nothing to listen to now. I mean, I will pull out one of my transmitters and we can listen to stuff through these radios. Maybe download some old stuff. The trouble is this blimmin' royalty thing, isn't it? You can't play anything decent to demonstrate these things unless you do the copyright free stuff, and a lot of that is modern stuff that you would never ever listen to on one of these radios. So it's a shame, really. Yeah, that's right, Paul. You're dead right there, mate. That's with the old resistor in, isn't it? Elevator music. You think you can get about 8 or 9 on AM medium wave, Spanky, can you? Literally, I've probably, on a good night, I can get decent reception on medium wave if I go downstairs. Up here, unless I turn everything off and just have the radio on, there's not a lot of hope, really. Not a lot of hope. So yes, that's one of my computer projects anyway, the Commodore 64. This is the 64C. I have got an earlier one as well. But, that'll hopefully go back together at some stage this week. I was going to start putting it back together yesterday, but I ran out of time in the end. So what else have I got to show you? I've got loads actually, but I am going to make a move in a minute. It's 7:30. And I've got these. Let's if you remember, Mr. Resonator has very kindly donated a valve tester to the channel, and it hasn't got a socket for our 8-pin lock tool valves. So if I show you that, not lock tool, rim lock, I believe. Rim lock valves. So this is a rim lock valve socket that would normally go in a radio. And this is a PCB mount one, I suppose, for more modern stuff. And this is an older McMurdo one. Looks a bit more substantial, to be fair, but I've got to try and build an adapter. So, zoom out a bit. So the adapter is from a lock tool valve to one of these rim lock valves. So what I've managed to get hold of is one of these. So that's the lock tool base. So that'll sit inside that way up in the tube tester, valve tester. And the idea is I need to make an adapter to go from that to the lock tool valves. So I think we said pin 1 is there. Pin 1 is there. So basically it's going to sit like... So basically sit like that. I've got to wire it together. But that's going to roughly be what the adapter will look like. So I've got to do that. But what I wanted to try and do was to 3D print a sleeve to go between them. Because I've got a lip there that I can work to. And I've got a lip here. So I was going to 3D print up a piece to go in between. Just to make it, I mean, it's going to be pretty solid once I solder it together, to be fair. It's not going to move a lot, but it would be nice to just finish it off, wouldn't it, and hide that gap. Well, the other option is to use one of these, but that's even further away. I think that's going to be a better option. That'll be a bit neater. So I'll be able to test the valves that we've been using today in it. So that's got to be done. I've got to convert the transformer to 240. Apparently you used to be able to get these adapters already made up, but unless anybody knows of a source, I don't know where I could get that without making it myself. And well, you know, why not make it yourself, eh? So yeah, lock tool. Or is it lock tool? Or, no, octool. To rim lock. What do I keep calling it lock tool for? Anyway. You're saying the original is 3.5 volts and a 75 ohm shunt pull? Well, that's what's in this radio. That's what's in this radio. This has got the 75 ohm shunt. and the 3.5.15 bulbs. See, I'm confused now, Paul. You got me confused there. I'm sure that originally it had the 250 ohm shunt resistor, which kept taking the bulbs out, and then they went to a different one. Let me just get my things in order here. Service notes. That's that one. That's that one. Okay. So it does mention some alterations here somewhere. Yeah, it says on later receivers. Oh no, R17 scale lamps. No, R16 is the scale lamps shunt. Okay. So it's saying on later receivers R17 is 250 ohms. But R17 is not the one we're looking at. The one that we need, according to the makers, is R16 is 250 ohms. According to the Bush service sheet. But when you look on the trader sheet number 1161, that actually gives the gives that resistor. Where are we? Calls it a different resistor in that one. It's R18. Which is 75 ohms. So one is early and one is late. Be interesting actually to see what the radio and television servicing says. Cheers, Luigi. Thanks, mate. Cheers. Thanks for joining us, Luigi, and come again, mate. So I'm just doing a bit of reading now, just to see if there's any notes in this one. It's 35 watt consumption. IF is 465, but there's a modification section here. We're looking at R16 in the RTVS book. And let's see what it says. Resistor R16 is now 75 ohms. So it's changed. It was originally 250 ohms and then they changed it to 75 ohms. And then they've adjusted R17 to 250 ohms. I can't remember what R17 is in this one. I think it is 250. So surprising, isn't it? Three different publications all got their own view on it, and I assume that the one from the manufacturer came out first. So, can you and the crew do more about AM, FM transmitters, Bluetooth, etc., to combat the shutdowns and still play music through these radios? Yeah, I mean, I know George is working on a Bluetooth thing at the moment, so I think George is going to try and convert his RM40 to Bluetooth. George, is that right? Are you there still? Is Uncle George still there, or has he disappeared? George might have gone with the power cut, to be fair. Yeah. I'm not sure if George is still there, but I know George was going to look at doing a Bluetooth conversion on the RM40, so that would help us out, wouldn't it? Hey, Sean, back again. Oh, there you go. Yeah, the RM40 is a bit easier, George, because it's already got an auxiliary in, isn't it? Or out. In or out. I think it's in or out on the RM40, I can't remember now. But it's got a 5-pin DIN socket on the back, which will take an external connection. I have got a Bluetooth board here that I played with over a year ago now. It featured on 12-volt vids sites, so I thought I'd get one and have an experiment with it. So, but yeah, it's got, yeah, I thought it's got in and out, George. Yeah, because I know I made up a cable for Sean to connect it to his hi-fi in his shop. Yeah. Anything big to work on, George, and wooden? So yeah, I can certainly cover the AM and FM transmitters. I've got 2 AM transmitters here and an FM one somewhere. I can't find the FM one though, for the life of me. It's probably plugged into the top of a radio somewhere still, I expect. You Bluetooth up Volv radios, they must have a gram input. Yeah, I think what's he called? Manuel. What's his channel called again? He pops in every so often. It's a good chap. He's done a lot of stuff on converting Volv radios to Bluetooth, and he does a lovely job on it. Really, really nice job. I can't forget his channel now. M Caldera, I think it is, isn't it? M Caldera. You have a brand new FM to AM radio transmitter, do you, George? Hmm. Yeah, I've not been to the US at all. And Mrs. Cruncher has said a few times about going, but we just haven't got round to it with the dogs, really. Let's make me bigger. Let's make me large. Let's go down in the corner, large. Oh, that's a bit too big. Ho ho! Too big. Too big now, Graham. You're too big. So big. There, that'd be a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, I prefer it down the bottom here. Yeah, you'll have to share that then, George. So you FM to AM radio transmitter. Hmm. Yeah, M Caldera, I think he's called. Caldera. It's Manuel from Madeira. Yeah, I used to live near a pub. That one good news. Anyway, people, I suppose I had better call it a day shortly. We'll have a quick look at the contributions for today, which are very greatly appreciated. Let me just take my picture-in-picture off. Yeah, we'll have to have a discussion about that, I think, in the messenger group, see what we can come up with. I have got a bit of kit where you can actually cut into the audio section of a radio and pull out some, feed it into a Bluetooth We'll feed a Bluetooth receiver into the audio section of a radio. Right, let's get on there. Let me just get myself sorted, and we'll have a quick overview of the day. A round robin. Is that what they call it? A wind up? Let's picture me there then, and let's switch over to screen cap cube. We should be live on my YouTube page now. Are we live? I think we are. So let's just pause that, because that interferes. I don't know whether that interferes or not. We've still got this keyframe rate. Look, I really don't know what that is. Please use a keyframe rate of 4 seconds left and not being sent far enough. If we click on that, current keyframe frequency is 6.1 seconds. Ingestion errors can cause incorrect GOP sizes. That baffles me, to be fair. That baffles me. Right, so let's have a look at our analytics. We actually hit 70, didn't we then? Did I see 70 pop up then? Whoa, 70, that's good stuff. 70 viewers, great stuff. Whether that's my charm and handsome prowess and all the rest of it, or whether it's just because everybody loves the DAC90A, it is a popular radio. It's very popular with restorers. You can see where we had the power cut there. Look. Oh, crashed. 654. Went down to nothing. One person stayed in. That was probably me. It gradually ramped back up. Look. We're back up to 50. Look. 51. Yeah, that's a massive, great chunk out, wasn't it? Anyway, but you know, these things happen, don't they? Grand old party. Yeah, spot the bit where it got boring. Yeah, it was. It's just there. Just there. That's when it got really boring. I turned the radio on there. Everybody tuned in, look, and it went gone. So yeah, it gradually ramped up. Some good viewing today. So we've got some contributions. Mr. Cody's and a bit of poo. Rob, Racing Demon, wants to buy the goat some new underwear. Derek, Fat Tony, Ghost Shit, Mr. Man Cave, Sean, heat sensitive camera. God, I'd love one of those FLIR cameras. That'd be great. Yeah, I'd like one of those. And Mr. Cody's again. Mr. Cody's twice. For all your efforts week on week, much appreciated. Year's worth. Cheers, Paul. I don't know if Paul's in still. Fat Tony again towards my polishing pad. Would that buff up with one of those electric buffers, or would it burn it because it's plastic? I don't know. Mr. Christophe, some poo. Man Cave again. Behind the scenes. Ooh. Thank you, Sean. Looking pure beaut from Northern Rambler. Victor, thank you, Victor. Bretsky's gone now, I think. Racing Demon. Great show, Graham. Buy all you radio demons. And Fat Tony's coming again with a £2 donation. I can't quite see the last one there for some reason. I don't know if that's because my screen's a bit not quite maximised. I don't know. It chops off the bottom one for some reason. So, as I say, once again, people, thank you very much. Hi, Mervyn. Yeah, it's be interesting one, mate. Buff it very slowly. It buffs up. See Greg's Vintage Workshop. It buffs up. What you mean with a... So thanks everybody for the super chats today. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much to everybody that's contributed. So let me grab the chat back again. I just caught the back end of what George was saying then. So let's pop him back in. Where are we? Let's go. Okay, right, I'm back. I'm back. Here we go. Okay, so a buffer wheel. I don't know that you'd need too much, really, would you? What's Sean saying there? You've fallen in love with that DAC90. Certainly had a fair bit of work done, Sean, on it. Certainly has. Just catching up with the chat. Manuel, yeah. Paul Collins likes Manuel. Didn't drink back then. Still loitering, Paul. You are still there, mate. Thanks for the super chat, though, Paul. Appreciate it, mate. So Greg's Vintage Workshop. He's used an electric buffer, has he, George? We'll have to have a look at that. Thanks, Chris. Glad you enjoyed that, mate. No problem at all, Spanky. Don't you worry about it, mate. PayPal, if anyone wants to do PayPal, that is on my YouTube page. Bum, bum. Home. I can't get on with this new studio thing, you know. Can't get on with this new studio thing. So yeah, if you haven't got the facility to do super chats, or you don't fancy the hassle with Patreon, then if you go to my my home page, just down in the corner there's a little button, help support the channel, PayPal. And that will allow you to make a donation. 5p, whatever, anything is all appreciated. And you can tick that box and make it a monthly thing, or just do it as and when you want. As I say, all appreciated. So next week we've got to get to grips with that valve tester next week, haven't we? Got to. That is priority now. I'll see if I can get my 3D printer working, because the 3D printer is packed up again. It's a real pain. It's been a real pain, that has. It's been back with the manufacturers more than I've had it, I think. With a buffing wheel. Greg's was on a grinder. Whoa, that's a bit mad, isn't it? Orbital car polisher. That's what I was thinking. One of those like big ones with a double handle. I mean, they're pretty low revs, they are, so I'm assuming that you'd be all right with that. A buffer wheel in a drill on slow speed works well. Tony, I did buy, I don't know if I've got it here. I did buy in the auctions a while back. I don't think it's here, so I think I put it out in the shed. Basically, it had a buffer wheel and some sort of compound that you put on it, and then it had a polishing wheel, which is great, but it didn't have the arbors. So I've got the two round things. I just haven't got the thing to go through it to attach it to my drill. So don't polish it. I think that's polished enough, to be honest. I don't think it needs any more, really. You're multitasking and watching Top Gear. Cheers, Rob. Yeah. Why am I touching this valve stuff? You should be able to test those ones I sent. Oh, in the amplifier bench, not the amplifier, the tuner, wasn't it? Yes, Paul. It could be gone. It could be gone. What's the question, Paul? Fire away, mate. Have I not had enough beer? I think, well, I got Ginger Tom. Let's finish off with a Ginger Tom. Ginger Tom with the old radio. A Ginger Tom. And a DAC90A, what do you think? Got itchy eye, itchy eye. Right, okay. If I did a Facebook chat, could you P me in the stream? I should be able to, Paul, yeah. I'm not sure what the delay would be or whether the mics would clash. But I can... Thanks, Harvey. Welcome back, mate. You bought one as a kit on eBay, did you, Fat Tony? Yeah. Robinson's, you're right. It is Robinson's Ginger Tom. And I was introduced to this stuff by Mr. Man Cave himself. So this is in memory of the trip to the Man Cave madness. Fight Club, Man Cave Monster, everything happens up there. So made by the Robinson's Brewery. Is that up your way, Spanky? Where is Robinson's Brewery? Is this produced in the UK? It says it's best served with good music, vibrant people, and optimism. Whoa. Stockport, yes, it is close. It is close, Spanky. You use OBS, Harvey? I tried OBS, couldn't get on with it at all. I wasn't happy. Just the interface was all over the shop on it. So I use vMix, which costs money, but it's a cracking bit of software. I did try. What was the other one? There's one other like industry standard one, but it kept crashing the computer out all the time. So there's the old Ginger Tom. It's easy. It used to be easy in Google Hangouts, but a bit more silly in OBS. Not impossible, but don't know if Graham's internet could stand it. Well, let's bring you in on my screen, shall we? Or shall we have a look? That's good stuff. Let's stick me on. So let's put you on my screen. That's going to be a bit busy, this, and I'm not sure it might go into outer space, but you know, let's do it anyway. Okay, so this is my my screen. Well, obviously you can see me on this side, but this side is what you're viewing now, I suppose. I don't know. So if we go to add input, this is where I can add bits and pieces in. So I can add a video call in, look. So you can do a vMix call. So if you were to download a, say a trial copy, Paul, of vMix on a PC, we could possibly do it. Video source. Connect to call. Ah, that's after you've put in the password and all that. Okay. How else could we do it? So I can obviously pull in a web browser. So if you're live on a web page, I could bring you in. Desktop capture, NDI. NDI I haven't got. Local desktop capture. Stream SRT. No, I'm not getting into SRT, that's mega complex. Video, that's not live video, that just lets me play videos across. I'll tell you how I might be able to do it. I'll tell you how I might be able to do it, Paul. Let's just get you off of that. Let's get me back on now, just to, so it doesn't confuse the hell out of you. What I could do is connect up the iPad, Paul, and do a Facebook call on the iPad and pull the iPad into the presentation. Just means I'll lose the overhead camera, I expect, to do that. So I could do that. I reckon that would work. So I would just literally do a video call on the iPad through on Wi-Fi, so it's not connected to this same connection. And I reckon I could pull you in like that, mate. You've got an idea, Paul. All right, mate. Yeah, we give it a go. It's worth a shot, isn't it? We were able to pull Simon's chat in, weren't we? But that wasn't like, that was just through my microphone. It can be done, Paul. It definitely can. Even if I've got to put a camera on the iPad screen, if it won't pull it through, we can definitely do it. I'm sure we can. I think that's the easiest way, though, is just to connect the iPad up and do a video chat through the iPad. And then I should be able to put the iPad onto the screen here. So there you go. Yes. Remove my password. What password? What are you saying, Paul? Remove my password. What are you saying, Paul? Picture on Facebook for me, is that right? Let's have a look a minute. Is this something you want popped up on screen or not? Dee-dee-dee-dee. Cheers, everybody, by the way. Just sharing a final beer with you before I go down and have my tea. Paul has sent me a photo. Ah! Is that the same one, Paul, is it? That's Paul's just sent me that. It looks like he's on the old Tom as well, by the looks of it. Is it? Oh, that's the old Tom, not Ginger Tom. That's his big brother. That's good stuff, Paul. That is that old? That is old Tom, isn't it? I'm confused now. Is that old Tom or Ginger Tom? I can't see because the colour's a bit strange, Paul. That is old Tom, isn't it? That is the genuine old Tom. The genuine old Tom, that is. I've sussed it. Cheers, mate. The vMix password was showing on the screen, was it? Alright. I think that was the password just for video calling though, Paul. It wasn't my main password. Oh, Tom is beautiful stuff, Spanky. It's lovely. Don't do ginger. You've got a one-armed bandit, Andrew, have you? Oh, wow. George, you like gingers, do you? Or you're saying you would do gingers? Yeah, we'll have a look at that. In fact, I'll have a quick look now, just see what that password was. It was on the video call, though, wasn't it? Yeah, I've just looked at that, Paul. It's actually just purely for calling. So in order for someone to call me, they would need that password in order to connect to me, if you know what I mean. So I assume I can reset, pardon me, I can reset the password so that's changed. But cheers for letting me know there, mate. Hang on, that's got up my nose now. He's just put his ginger pick in the group, has he? George, what have you done now? Oh, a ginger grizzly, George. George is on the ginger grizzly, look. So you're joining me in a ginger? Is that what you're saying, George? George is joining me in a ginger. Cheers, George. Double ginge. Ginger grizzly, eh? Alcoholic ginger beer. Whoa. It's probably similar stuff, to be honest, George. Probably similar stuff. I'll tell you what, this Stream Deck thing is pretty good. I'm chuffed to bits with that. That's a nice bit of kit, that was. Try the U-Tracer Valve Tester kit. Very good kit, Mervyn. Ah. Animated goat. Where we haven't got an animated goat, George. You need to explain this animated goat to me. We need to have a conversation about animated goat situations. And the goat's gone in hiding again now. You've upset him now. In fact, he's disappeared off the face of the earth. He's gone on holiday, I think. No, he's not. He's here. He's here. He's here. He was here all the time. He loves the DAC90A. He loves it. It's his favourite. Oh dear. Craziness. Madness. He's a good old goat. That's a birthday present from Mr. Cody's. That was the goat. Yeah, there is a digital valve tester out there that is the dogs. It is a nice bit of kit. I'm not sure if that's the one that Mervin's on about, but it's supposed to be really, really good. It's mega money. It's about £1,000 or something ridiculous, but there is a really smart valve tester out there. It might not be that much. I can't remember off the top of my head, but good stuff. What's going out live on Twitter? What are you on about, Tim Harvey? You did a Periscope live stream. It was fun playing music, etc. 2.5 hours and no copyright warnings. Not yet. What happens to it afterwards, though, Harvey? Is it stored? Too rude? Well, 200 quid, Mervyn. Oh, that's not bad, is it? Well, let's have a look, shall we? Well, we're here. Let's have a little look. See. So this is the link that has just been sent through. So uTracer 3 Plus. DOSforever.com. So uTracer is a small, affordable circuit that measures all the vital data curves of radio tubes just the way as they can be found in the data sheets. Ideal instrument if you want to design your own tube circuits. Check the quality of a tube, or you're simply a collector of tubes. Is there tube collectors out there? Surely if you've got a tube, you want to use the thing. Available as a construction kit. Oh, that looks interesting, doesn't it? Oh, hang on. Hang on, we've gone into outer space now. Get off of that. I just clicked on that picture and it sent me into outer space. Oh, that's just an example of one that someone's built. Okay. Test all standard tubes, diodes, triodes, tetrodes and pentodes. Go, no-go test. Tube curve tracer. Whoa. What's this? Oh, someone's built it in a biscuit tin by the looks of it. Pardon me. Looks impressive, doesn't it? Looks interesting. That's an Avo. That seems to be the standard over here. But the Hickok's got to give it a good run. How the tracer works. This looks like the main board for it then. Clever, clever stuff. So order, let's have a look then. Order, how to order your own U-Tracer. Complete U-Tracer 3 kit 400 volt version. Whoa, I don't want to open, I don't want to buy it. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Nothing happened there. Oh well. Tube sockets, selector switches and power cord. Pick controller. Buy the components yourself. Construct your own U-Tracer on perf board or PCB. €20. Oh, that's a way. That's Chris's. Chris, you could do that. No problem at all. U-Tracer 3 to U-Tracer 3 Plus conversion kit. Ah. So apparently there's 65 of them in service in the United Kingdom. 313 in the USA. Yeah. Sencor Mighty Mite Tube Checker. Tube Checker? Tube Checker. Does look interesting, that, doesn't it? As I say, I'm spoilt now because Mr. Resonator's very kindly let me have a tube tester, so I don't need one, but good for anyone that wants to build their own. Good call, that. Yeah, thank you. It's Mervyn that suggested that. Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Mervyn. Interesting stuff, mate. $2,000. Whoa, Doug. I've seen those 539 series. They're mental, aren't they? Next on my bench is going to be the 6000A tube tester, to be fair, Sean. But I have got 2 Evolve radios in here that I bought this week to do. I've got loads coming, to be fair. I've got loads and loads of stuff coming. I've got people sending me stuff for repair. I've got modern stuff, old stuff. No end of stuff, really. I've got loads of stuff here to do. Loads and loads of it. Tube tester. Buy more caps first. I am getting short, George, to be fair. I need to go back to Mr. Carry Electronics, don't I, and buy some more. But I'm not doing too bad, to be fair. I've got enough to do a couple more radios, I reckon. And then I'm going to have to restock. See, I've got Bush VHF something or other. And I've got a very interesting Philips. It says Bakelite, but I'm not convinced. It's a huge radio. It is plastic. Is it Bakelite? I don't know, but it's quite impressive. So, anyone need some X2s? What's that? What are you pimping now, Paul? Times 2s, number 2s, times 2s. Oh, the X caps, wasn't it? Yeah. Is that Alibaba site okay to buy from? I bought from Alibaba, to be fair, RV, and it's been no problem. See my video on the VHN to get a look at the inside before you start. All right, George, I will do, mate. It's quite a small radio, actually, for a Evolve radio, so I'll be interested to see what's inside that one. The Philips one is very interesting, though. And that, out of all of the ones that were in the auction this week, that's the one that really I thought I'd like to have a look at that and have a play. See if I can find a picture of it. See if any of you people in the know. I'm not going to go downstairs and get it because it's a bit of a beast. Philips Bakelite radio. Let me see. Can I? Oh, there we go. Here we are. Here we are. Let's go to it. That is currently sat downstairs in my hallway. A very, very interesting radio. It's not got FM, it's got long wave, medium wave and short wave on it. It's obviously got a magic eye. Saying plus there, but it's not plus in anything. Yes, it's obviously got a magic eye on it. There's a little bit of rubbing on the bottom there. But that's typical, it's in white again, isn't it? Why is it everything that rubs off is white? Why can't it be black? I can reproduce black, but I can't reproduce white. But saying that, it's only lines, so they'll be easy enough to mask off and paint on. But yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? It says it's Bakelite, but then it's just the auctioneer. I mean, that's probably is plastic to me, but it's in pretty good nick. All this grill cloth is really nice. So yeah, that's one of the ones that I won. And the other one was this one. Which is the Bush VHF 81, as done by Mr. Christoffi previously. Again, this one looks in pretty good nick. And again, well, in this case, we've got VHF on it. Now, there might not even be any valves in these things. I haven't even opened them up yet. They're literally sat downstairs on the in the hallway, awaiting room up here. So yeah, it doesn't look too bad, does it? So that's a couple that I've got coming up anyway. Just for your info, FYI. You got 2 what, Paul? You got 2 of those Philips ones? Into hollow state radios. I am, Doug. I'm going to need to stock right up, aren't I? It's going to skin me right out. Lucky you guys are helping support me. Hi, Morgan. How are you, mate? Coming at the back end, but no worries. Welcome. You like it, what, the Philips one, Benji? Is it? Which one are you talking about, Paul? I'm confused. Which one are you talking about? Oh, the Bush. Right, that's a new speaker cloth on there, is it? Really? Strange, my other computer's just come on. Anyway, people, it's time. It's time. I've got to shoot. Time is flying by. It's another marathon stream at 8:30. 7.5 hours again. Anyway, thanks everybody for all your contributions today. Very much appreciated. Can restock on my caps now and other bits and pieces, so thanks very much for that. Yeah, Philips is very nice, Benji. I really like the look of that one, and when I picked it up I thought, yeah, I did well on that. Really. So catch you soon, people. Thanks again for all your help today, and hope you've enjoyed it. If not, let us on a postcard. Let us in a postcard and all the rest of it. What am I going on about now? I don't know. Anyway, if you like that, give me a thumbs up. Please feel free to comment below. All your comments are always answered. They might not be answered straight away, but I'll always answer them and acknowledge them. So always appreciate comments, because at the end of the day, it shows that you're happy with what's going on. And if you're not, then let me know. If you're going to give me a thumbs down, then by all means. But it would be nice sometimes to know what the reason is for giving me a thumbs down. I there's a couple of people that are idiots that do it every week, but there you go. You can't please everybody, people, can you? So cheers, everybody. Catch you next week. And Operation Valve Tester next week, without a doubt. That is getting in service, regardless of anything else. The first thing on the bench next week is the Valve Tester. Convert it to 240 volts. Pop the new fuse bulb in it. Build the adapter. And then we're good to go. So, thanks for joining me today. Catch you soon. Bye for now.